Hello, and welcome to Bound and Double Teamed by Twitch's Terms of Service and our own cringe with Ken, Will, and guest.
A very special guest. We have Rachel with us.
I'm
A
special.
friend.
Yeah.
Hi.
So you do the Queens of Spice podcast?
You got it.
Yeah. I have heard this podcast. I've like watched a couple episodes and it is amazing.
Why, thank you.
Mm.
We have a very good time, of course, reading nice spicy novels and inflicting that upon one of our friends. It's quite fun.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
And they have themes.
Yeah, typically I try to theme the episodes around like current events. Like we have a Valentine's Day episode usually, and like
Mm.
we do some sports ball for like Super Bowl, and we have like some baseball books we do on occasion, and we did like a Christmas in July last year, and on occasion we'll have some like fun themes, but yeah, try to get some variation in there.
Yeah. I am just
Like a hockey romance,
Hmm.
little Raylo Megaverse, little.
A little bit of everything.
That's one thing that I love about like a lot of like the fanfic smut out there is that it's like you think it's like, oh, okay, one person wrote something about this, but then you go, how much is there? How long have they been doing this?
So my
this has been
co-host
going on
Ashton
for
is
long.
a Raylo, and so we have a
Mhm.
lot of content available to us because of her vast knowledge of fan fiction. So it's quite fun.
I apologize to my co-stars on this one. The sharing failed, and
Oh, didn't.
so it wasn't showing up on screen. So I had to switch it over to the Streamlabs version. I'm gonna try and give you the best view possible.
I'm gonna be leaning in real close.
Yeah, is not great.
We're making it work.
But yes, it'll be fine. It'll work. It's just the fact that Streamlabs doesn't like to share views.
Mhm.
But I will see what I can do with this. So, to start us off, this is going to be an evening of the only way I can describe it is peculiarities. Look, Valentine's Day is tomorrow. We understand that, it's that time of year. Hotness is going everywhere. And so we just thought we would bring some of that hotness to everybody.
Mm.
And so I have devised my own separate thing, which is the Croden's Tournament of Hotness, which I will be subjecting onto Rachel and Will.
Yeah.
And Rachel and Will,
To maintain the balance of power, of course.
yes, to maintain the balance of power. And Rachel and Will have expertly curated a list of spicy novels that,
Mm.
they're going to force me to read, and I'm going to be very uncomfortable.
This
Awesome.
time I didn't curate, actually.
This is true.
We-
It is worth noting that this entire list is curated by Rachel.
I brought my A game. You're welcome.
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And we are but
Yeah,
humble
I was
exposees.
the checker for Ken's
Yeah.
quivering virgin eyes.
I'm very excited. I brought some good ones for you guys.
Yeah.
This sounds
Oh yeah,
familiar.
we've done stuff like this,
We have done stuff like this in the past.
but we have a heavy hitter with us today.
Yeah.
We have a thing knower with us today.
Yeah,
I know
we
stuff.
have a very much an expert with us today that we will be using her knowledge extensively for this.
Oh yeah.
All right. So, for the first round of the Crone's Hotness tournament, because I get to go first, and then we'll have some story interludes.
The stories of the interludes.
Yeah. We have Kate from GTA 4, Xavier from Love and Deep Space, Roxanne for Sucker for Love, and Tyler from Thirsty Suitors. So, if you do not know these characters, I will be giving you a brief description of them. Let me just actually pull up the thing for that. There we go. Okay. So, we have Xavier from Love and Deep Space. Good with a sword. Will defend you to his dying breath. And quite often will fall asleep during card games.
Well, don't know the man.
Yeah.
But he dresses sharp. I also like
yes.
swords, and I also like space.
This is very true. This is very
I'm
true.
a very big fan of swords.
Yes. And if you are unfamiliar, for anyone unfamiliar with Love and Deep Space, this this game is very much interested in knowing things about you.
Go on.
he will work out with you. He will do work with you. He will sleep with you. He will even pass you a hot pad when you're on your period. That is Love and Deep Space.
I'm into it. He seems wonderful.
Honestly, very caring and attentive. Next, we have Kate from GTA 4. I did not get to the descriptions of everything, and Kate is literally the last one on the list.
Yeah, we just played this game. Okay, so pros in the GTA universe, she's like, like mostly a normal person. Cons, I don't know, the vibe is off. The vibe is off.
The vibe is a little bit off. Little bit of strange, a little bit askew. Definitely she wants you to work on you. That's very much Kate's vibe. She definitely wants you to work on you. Next we have Roxanne from Sucker for Love. Big mommy energy.
Damn, girl.
Yeah.
She has two energies, I see.
Yes, she has two very
huge
big
tracks of energy
here. Very, very big energy coming out here. So then on top of that, we have Tyler from Thirsty Suitors. If tongues could cut, she would slash her throat. Will remember that time you went out in elementary school. And is always down to be your on again, off again. But wants more of the on again.
This is a tough decision.
Yeah. Any quick eliminations?
I mean, I feel like Kate's out of the running, like immediately.
I mean, yeah, that was
She's got basic bitch energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
While you decide, for anyone who's wondering how I developed this list, it was pretty much any dating sim or anything I could conceivably convince myself was a dating sim.
GTA's a dating sim?
I mean, ultimately, it does come down to who you want to go on dates with.
I guess, yeah.
GTA 4
You're not wrong.
It's all about who do you want to go on dates with.
I'll concede, that's fine.
Yeah. Give us more info on Roxanne. Poi, I'm going to need your expert opinion on Roxanne here. Because you're the one that has played. I have only gone like surface level descriptions here. But, Roxanne, granddaughter of Cthulhu.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh,
I believe I did granddaughter of Cthulhu and also Narlathep.
I think it's Nyarlathotep.
Yeah.
Nyarlathotep?
Oh, is
Nyarlathotep.
I see. Is her annoying cultists a part of the deal? They are a package deal.
What kind of cultists are we talking about here?
The kind that want to stab you? Yeah.
Like with swords?
With daggers. They don't even have the decency to stab you with swords.
Tricky.
Yeah.
This is the only one that I'm like, Mommy milkers is the perfect description.
Mommy milkers is the perfect description. Like we got Tyler, who just looks like a fantastic rebel rocker, right?
Yeah, of course. Like
Mhm,
that's I
mhm.
feel like that's a safe option.
Yeah, very very safe option. And Xavier for Love and Deep Space, just
I think that's the
absolute,
obvious choice. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely killing it on appeal right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Oh,
reading way too much into this, but I'm also on the Xavier side just because the other two have the energy of someone that years later you're like, man, that was a really toxic relationship, actually.
I mean, that
You
is
raise that's a
literally
good
the
point.
entire plot of Thirsty Suitors. It's going through your old relationships and going, man, that was toxic as fuck, and I was part of that.
But she's also like a big titty goth girl and like
Yeah,
can't
Mhm.
like how do you say no to that?
yeah. This is very true. All
I
right.
sense that might be a recurring deal breaker.
Big titty goth girls?
Not deal breaker, sorry. Tiebreaker.
Relationship not seeming
Tiebreaker.
healthy. You're probably right.
Relationship not seeming healthy is the deal breaker.
Gotcha.
You are
But I feel like there's going to be
probably
a lot of
right.
overlap.
Yeah, I mean this is tricky. Hmm.
All right. We are going to do a vote cast. I'm going to say, Will, what is your vote?
Xavier.
Okay. Rachel, what is your vote?
I think Xavier's right. Yeah.
Okay. We seem to have consensus on Xavier. So I will go into the Xavier group and pluck him out of there. There you go.
Not
And
against the knockers, you know?
yeah, yeah,
I'm pro knockers.
yeah.
I'm down to knock.
And with the knockness.
Down with the knockness, definitely. All right. So for the next grouping, I am struggling with GIMP. My God. Okay. For the next grouping, we have 5012 from A Date with Death.
Okay, okay.
We have B from A Night in the Woods. We have Hugo from Dream Daddy. And we
Still my
have
beating heart.
Antoine Hardmeat from Max Gentleman's Sexy Business.
I know two of these.
I need to know
But
more about Antoine.
I must know of all of them.
Rachel, have you
don't
never
even need to-
played a game called Max Gentleman's Sexy Business?
I have not yet, but I shall.
Oh, I highly recommend it. It is so much fun. All right, we'll
It's going
start
on
from
my
the
wish
top of the
list.
list.
Show me the goods.
Here we go with 5012 from A Date with Death. Cold as a corpse, perfectly grim, and will do anything to get your soul.
Tall, dark, and problematic is my type, and this is ugh, it's dangerous.
You know, I was about to say a joke, and then it hit me. Oh, after you've said that, that might be too direct to call it. But no, I'm going to continue with it.
No,
Have you
hippie,
seen
let's
that
go.
meme that's like recent Justin Bieber and someone being like, why is he literally my dream man? And it's like, lady, go to like any Midwestern gas station and you will find a man who looks like this.
Yup.
I feel like this is the same thing,
Yeah, very, very hot.
but like,
Very, very hot.
But it's for us big titty goth girls.
Yeah,
Mm.
like this is the big titty goth girl equivalent for
Yeah.
dudes. Very
100%.
problematic men.
you can't even
Tall-
pick a
tall, dark,
genre.
problematic.
Just go to a concert where they have a guitar or people say hey. You know?
That's
Like
very valid.
somewhere in there, maybe something with some synths.
Ooh, yeah, synths would be good.
I will say though, this is like eye candy material. It's never dateable. Like you don't date
Oh no.
this
no.
guy.
Oh God, no. Yeah, you never date this dude.
Not at one time.
No.
He doesn't know about a period heating pad at all.
What about small titty goth girls? Also valid. Also valid.
Mhm.
To each their own. I mean,
Yeah,
this
to
is
each their own on this one.
a lid for every pot.
But I feel like if you remove, like if you swap the genders, the titties just become problems, and that is what we have now.
Keep problems in our titties.
Yeah. See, the big titty goth GFs, they store the problems in their titties.
Correct.
But will he murder someone for you? If they're on the list. If he gets their soul, he's totally willing to murder them. The music is a little loud. Oops. Sorry. I will cut that down a little bit. There we go. Let me know how that is. I just thought we should have some background music while we're talking. All right, next up on the docket, Hugo from Dream Daddy.
Be still my beating heart.
Absolutely nailing the teacher role play.
Yeah.
He can order you wine at any restaurant, but he has very strong opinions about the Marvel adaptations and how inaccurate they are.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'll just listen to him talk about that all day. That's okay.
That's fair enough. You're listening.
Like,
to
let
his
me
podcast?
talk about your passion about
Yeah.
how much you
Yeah.
need to nitpick about Marvel. Perfect.
Yeah, it sounds.
No,
honestly, it's a benefit knowing, like, being with someone who knows what they like. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
So having played this game, Hugo's strong contender, given that I know what is to be known.
Yeah.
Although in real life, when you meet a dude like this, it's always like,
Is
okay,
he
I
daddy?
need
He could
to-
be. He could be your daddy.
I can't ask you about politics or Elon Musk, but I need it to come up in conversation before I know things are okay. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
There's exactly 2 types of dude who look like this.
Yeah, you need to see a Tesla drive by and gauge his reaction to the Tesla.
Good call.
So
That will inform you of everything.
it is now late winter where it gets really slushy and gross, and there's a Cybertruck that is frequently parked near me, and I see it driving around, and it looks so bad with all
They're
the
so
slush on it.
dorky. They're the dork. There's so many in Montreal now. They're so dorky.
Oh, it's so good.
The one
Watching
that's-
them get out of parking spaces though is really hilarious because they just
Oh, yeah.
spin in the snow. It's funny.
The
Okay.
one that's near me is like, you can see individualized discoloration in the panels, like they're starting to mismatch.
Amazing. I love that.
Next on the docket, we have B from A Night in the Woods.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I mean, I guess
Tall, dark, and
qualifies-
problematic.
Yeah, I guess qualifies as the small titty goth GF.
Amazing. Okay.
And again, does not have the boobs to contain the problems, so kind of just lets them out.
Okay. I'm picking up the vibes. I feel like I know this person in real life.
Oh yeah, 100%. Everyone knows this person in real life.
Yeah.
Kind of underachieved in life, and she knows it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, boy, that's the problem. Rachel would love it. Yeah. Thank you, Ash. I'm assuming Ash is your friend, Rachel.
Yes, Ash is my co-host.
Ah, hello.
Welcome.
She's hiding in the chat making comments.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I've binge listened to your podcast while playing City Skyline.
I am way too jealous of all of your audio setups. I can't
Better than
I can't
ours.
get over it. Yes.
Oh, thank you. I try really hard.
And finally, Antoine Hardmeat,
Ooh.
Ooh.
the very definition of Twinkalicious coming
Yeah,
in.
100%. Yep.
He
It'd
is,
be
in fact, the law. And
See,
part of the famous Hardmeat family.
I have such an aversion to blondes for some reason, though. I don't know why.
That's fair. I don't know if it's coming through for you guys, but he has a mustache and goatee that is also
Ooh.
blonde, and it does not
Oh.
look great.
Oh,
Does not
no.
look great.
Okay, now that I'm seeing that, it's 10 times worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, hard pass.
He
Also,
is
it's like part of the blah 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 family is the law. That's just like, okay, no, this is the same. Like you go to a tractor pull, you see some of these guys where it's like, oh, hi, oh no.
As soon as he opens his mouth, you're like, oh, right. No.
Mm.
It's like when
Yeah.
you hear David Beckham for the first time and you're like, oh, honey.
Yeah, he's not tall, dark, and handsome. That's for sure.
No.
Okay, so how are we feeling about that? We got Antoine, we got B, we got Hugo, and we got 5012.
I will say, B lashes out when B has big feelings. She lashes out by being really mean to you.
This is very true.
Otherwise,
Do you like it when women are mean to you?
Like in a horny way or in a real life way? Because generally neither. But like I
Okay.
feel like that's probably a distinction that should be made for communication.
Ash is putting the vote in for Hugo.
I mean, see, I know Hugo, and I'm like, yeah, but I don't know 50-12. He could break my heart.
He could very much break your heart, and he very much probably will when your time is up on this mortal coil.
Okay, here's the
It's
thing.
like when you're at a bar or a party with friends and someone goes, "Hey, we should take
Hugo does
shots
have
of
paper
Glubnarp," and you're like, "What's Glubnarp?" They're like, "Oh yeah, it's something my grandparents drink. It's from our home country." You go, "Okay," and it's like, "That was awful. I'm never doing that again." And then someone goes, "Oh, you know what we should do next? Shots of Oozorp." What's Oozorp? Oh, my grandpa drinks it. It's from our home country. Oh, let's do it.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
I mean, here's the thing: is that I'll do it for the content, so that's fine.
Okay.
But okay, so if this is the hot scale, it's the tournament of hotness. So if we're going by pure hotness, like 50-12 wins.
That is fair.
In my opinion.
Will, you're kind of the deciding vote here.
Who are you voting for?
Yeah. Well, I'm just seeing Hugo in the chat, so I'm putting a vote down for Hugo.
That's totally fair. Yeah, that's
Honestly,
it.
Hugo. I hate to say it, Hugo.
Yeah.
Hugo.
Yep.
I can't dissociate the hotness.
It
They're
would
too
either
intertwined.
be- Hugo would either be one of the like top tier people to chill with, or just instantly insufferable, and you would know within one date. It's quick and easy problem solved. Like,
Yeah. I can agree with that. He's a lot of personality.
yeah. Okay. Next on the docket, we have Penny from Stardew Valley, Catherine from Civilization 7, Dahlia from Monster Camp, and Asterion from
Oh,
Baldur's Gate
you
3.
can't. How could you do this to me? Okay,
Show me the goods.
All right.
yeah, let's go. Let's
All
go.
right,
Let's get
all
through
right.
this one.
We're doing the intro here. We get Penny from Stardew Valley. Benefit portable house. She is totally
Hold on,
into
only in-
whatever book that you have also read. You will probably need to pay off her parents' debts.
No, her mother's debt specifically.
Her
I'm
mother's
actually
debt
playing
specifically.
Stardew Valley right now. Because Stardew Valley is it's my go-to when the world is on fire game. I just immediately pick up Stardew Valley and start playing it.
Absolutely love it.
And so I'm doing the new console playthrough because they did the console update. I need to figure all that stuff out.
Nice.
But here's the thing: I have never once romanced Penny. So could you guys tell me? Because every guy I know has romanced Penny. So what's up?
Well,
I need information.
That's the thing. I have never met anyone who has romanced Penny but me.
I
romanced
believe me.
Penny.
I can
You've
cite some
romanced
people.
Penny? Okay. Cool.
See, I'm like the only person that hasn't apparently.
Everyone I talk to always romances Abigail. And it's
Yeah,
just like,
obviously, big titty golf girl.
obviously, yes. But like,
Okay.
and
Case for Penny, right?
go on.
Sure, she's in adverse circumstances.
because Penny is a
But-
basic bitch.
Penny is a basic bitch. Thank you, Ashton.
She's more complex than that.
She really
Go
She
on.
cares about her community.
Yeah,
She's well involved with the local library.
like
The amount of shit she is capable of having, she has very together.
Yeah,
And
she is.
it's just
very
one of those
much a
things
put
where it's
together
like-
person. I specifically for Stardew Valley, I chose the characters that are the most like, oh god, like as you're going through their romance option.
Okay, so do you guys have a savior complex? Because this girl needs to be saved,
She does. She really,
and that's why everyone picks her. I
really
swear.
fucking does need to be saved.
They all do, though.
Is it about hotness or personality? It's about hotness, but you know what? I wanted to put the suffering on there. People need to know about Penny's suffering.
I mean, here's the thing: is that if you are really good at Stardew Valley, the portable house and paying off the parents' debt is a non-issue because once you get that far into the game, you just build them a fucking
fucking
house
got
because you're just rolling in money.
Roxanne was robbed then. all right. Catherine the
Hold on, I
Great.
have opinions. Wait up.
Wait,
Do you have more to say about Penny?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm not
Okay.
that ardent a defender. It's just, okay, I'm gonna say it, the savior complex, kind of fair.
Yep.
Part of it is also, I don't know. She has a calming presence.
She does. She's very chill vibes. Probably the
You know
chill
what I don't-
vibes.
I'm
You know
not
what I
riding or
really-
die for Penny, but I will say all of them have a savior complex to some degree. Like, okay, Penny, obvious right off the bat, right? Now, what's a little bit less obvious? Okay, Maru? You know, she
Yeah.
seems to have stuff together, but she's still living with her parents, right? She's trying to get out there, be a scientist, be self-sufficient, be able to do all this and that, right?
Penny's the opposite. Her parents are living with her.
Mhm.
Savior
But,
complex.
like, you're still
is
solving
something
the
what
problem.
dark and broody is to women. Fuck.
Ashton, bringing the
Ash,
hard
no.
facts. Okay, so in that
Oh,
case,
so
Sebastian.
so.
So then, do we need to discuss Sebastian because he's the other side of that?
Yes,
Uh,
exactly.
Because that's who
Okay.
I usually romance. And really, when you romance him, you're tying him down to Stardew Valley because he wants to leave.
Yeah, he wants
His whole
to get
premise
the
is
fuck
to
out.
leave.
Yeah, you're.
And then if
you're
you romance him,
dooming
he's like, "I'll stay for you, babe." Like,
It's the same
what?
with Maru. For both of the characters, they
Yeah.
want to get out and fucking leave. They do not care
Mhm.
about the community.
Yep,
See,
exactly.
For me,
But one of them has a
Stardew Valley
fucking
is always
motorcycle.
Yeah, that's true.
for me, it's always on some level a role-playing game. You're still fundamentally someone who owns a farm and operates it.
Oh, this is.
So I almost always end up dating Leah because it's like, we have shit in common.
Mhm.
You know?
Hmm.
When I find something nice in the woods and I give it to you, you like it. When I make you a nice meal, you like it. If I make a nice wine, you like it. It works.
That
It
is-
just
that is
works.
very fair. It
She's
does,
in, I always give her a salad because it's easy.
yeah.
Yeah, and then she gives you salad. You can trade salads.
You can toss some salad together.
Thought you were saying Ashton? No, Sebastian.
Okay,
I
I-
might have screwed that up. Okay, we're moving on.
Oh.
I'm
we
wrangling
cannot
myself.
spend
I'm
all
wrangling
day
myself.
talking about Stardew Valley, even though that might be a future stream. All right.
I can talk about Stardew Valley until the end of time, just for the record.
Yeah.
All right. Catherine the Great.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute my mic because my wine pouring sounds like piss through my own like, headphones.
Get it,
Pee
girl.
on the mic, Will. Pee on the mic. Roxanne
Oh,
returns.
you both
Deserves an
frying chicken in
apology.
here?
Look, Roxanne, we knew she was trouble when she walked in. All right. That is the vibe we got from her.
See, honestly, the nice thing to know was like, oh, it's a Cthulhu thing because it's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, that makes the cultist make a little more sense.
But it's hotness. She was out hotted. Roxanne was out hotted.
She was out-hotted.
It looks like she disapproves of you.
Yeah.
If I was into that, I think that would have changed my vote.
Yeah.
You know?
All right. So, actual historical person for Civilization 7. And of course, Civ 7 is a dating sim. It's all about making deals and becoming
course,
the
of
best
course.
you can be.
Mhm.
What do we think of Catherine the Great in of itself?
Sorry,
Instant
boy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Roxanne. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we're sorry, Roxanne. You got eliminated so early. I was not expecting that, but that's how tournament brackets go. If we had a second round loser bracket, Roxanne would be in the loser bracket.
We gotta do it like wrestling, where it's like, oh, and then you appealed to management, and then you managed to get into
Yeah.
the Money in the Bank.
We
And-
need some kind
Oh,
of rules here.
you're
The
back.
rules are what we make of it. The rules are what we want it to be. All right.
Okay, how about we shelve Roxanne with a steel chair in the corner?
Yeah, Roxanne got hit with a steel chair by Xavier and is now kind of in the corner there.
Yeah, but like conspicuously on camera the whole time, where you're like, uh-oh,
Yeah.
you haven't gone over the top
Yeah,
rope.
yeah, what?
Sorry,
what
me
are they
and
gonna
Ken have
do?
been watching a lot of wrestling together
We
recently.
really have. We really have. And it's great when you just see them in the background being like, oh, they're going to be relevant soon. They're going to be relevant real soon. All right, Asterion from Baldur's Gate 3. I feel like we completely
Yeah,
skipped
yeah.
over Catherine the Great, but that's fair because it's Catherine
The
Great.
Catherine the So-So, you mean?
Yeah, Catherine the kind of mid. Baldur's Gate 3 Asterion, smoking
Okay,
hot in
listen.
the right light, will leave you
100%.
weak.
Yeah.
And really wants to try topping.
Listen, I could talk about Baldur's Gate 3 until the end of time as well, as you can imagine.
Yes.
And I don't need to see anyone else. Astarion wins.
All right. Will, how are you doing on that? We got Asterion, Catherine the Great. We got Penny And
Wait, who's the fourth one?
Yeah, we're missing the fourth. Okay, I also
Who's the
Catherine
other one?
not gonna win me over, right? But I will say, okay,
Oh,
there's like the
sorry,
horny
Dahlia.
version.
Dahlia's the last one as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a fourth
Oh,
one.
there
yes?
we go.
Dahlia
Okay.
Okay,
from
okay.
Monster Camp. Here we go.
All right.
Competitive as hell, will dominate all the hells, and really wants to handle your weapon.
All right, I just want to say out front, I'm abstaining from my vote. I'm leaving it to chat because this is all the step on me, ladies. I'll still give you my opinion.
I
But,
mean, if I'm giving my opinion as well, Dahlia.
Damn, am I gonna-
is a beautiful twink that wishes he was a top, but is definitely a bottom.
Yes, but did you? Okay, but no, I need to ask too. Is Daddy Halson on this list somewhere? Because that's a consideration I need to make.
Well, you're gonna have to wait and see, right? Like, he's not in this bracket.
Smart.
Listen, I've fooled around with dudes like Asterion, and they're always
Listen,
so
you need.
much, and with the texting,
But there's like,
with the texting.
he's like a fuckboy, but he's a fuckbockboy that wants to be like redeemed,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and like a
Mhm.
redeeming
He
fuckboy
knows
is
he's a
is
fuckboy.
top tier. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Also,
That's the women's
in
saber
like
complex
non-horny
right there.
equivalent, I like women who are powerful and have their shit together in like a non-sexual way.
Mhm.
That does it for me, but that alone will not win me. She seems too busy.
Yeah. Yeah.
She just seems too busy.
She's doing a whole lot. We just going over Catherine the Great. Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah, it's Catherine the So-So. We're not. She's not
Yeah.
in. She's not even the
She
running.
overthrew her husband to become Empress. #boss girl. Yes. This is very true and important for the consideration. But she is.
This
just
is the
kind of
hot
Catherine-
bracket.
Yeah, she is
Hot
just
bracket.
Kind of Catherine the So-So.
Yeah.
Big simp energy. All right, all right. So we've got a vote from Rachel for Asterion. Vote from
Of course.
chat seems to be leaning between Asterion and Catherine the Great. We might need a tiebreaker on that. Will and I are. Will is abstaining. I'm putting my vote in for Dahlia.
This is a mixed bag. Do we need to like have a poll?
This is honestly a very mixed bag here.
You know what? Who are our final contenders who are going against each other?
I mean, it's
Penny
Dahlia
hasn't
and
made it.
and-
It's between
yeah,
Dahlia
Penny's
and
out.
Asterion.
yeah.
Okay, re-argue.
Oh,
Back to the beginning.
Poi is being the breaker here. Poi has spoken.
Oh,
It is
Astarion?
Asterion.
yes. Thank you. Thank you. You have my ever dying thanks forever.
Thank you, Poi,
Oh.
for being the breaker on that one.
Thank you for having
Ash was
common
getting fighty.
sense.
Ash
Unlike
was-
you
Blonde
savages.
boys doing what blonde boys do.
yeah, Ash was about to bite some folks. All right, so Asterion moves on. This is a
Thank
very
you.
daddy category coming up here. Holy crap.
I love a daddy category.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, looking at this, it's a very This is definitely going to be a twink analysis kind of vibe going on here. All right, last
I feel
one
like if
before
we had a
switch
larger,
over to some reading.
if we had a larger voting pool, it wouldn't so much be our individual horniness taking over.
Yeah, it really wouldn't. But that's the beauty of being a small streamer. You're allowed to have the individual horniness just kind of flow through.
Exactly. Data can be garbage.
Now, for the next docket, we get Ben from Arcade Spirits, Sasha from Psychonauts 2, Clank from I Love You, Colonel Sanders, the KFC dating sim, and Biggs the Cat from Sonic.
Wow. That is all I have to say is wow.
You know what I'm gonna say? Show me the goods.
Yeah,
well,
let's
show
go,
you the
let's
goods.
go.
All right, Ben, Sasha, Clank, and Biggs. Let's do this.
Let's go.
All right, starting us off with Ben from Arcade Spirits. Wants to know the story behind the holes. Very level-headed and kind of a package deal with Matt.
I mean, hotness scale, like through the roof.
Yeah, very, very hot right now.
Yeah, incredibly hot.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I
Who's
need.
Matt,
That's
you
it.
ask?
Yeah, I mean,
I will
is he
say this
blonde?
is Matt.
He's probably blonde, isn't he?
This is Matt. 100% blonde.
Yeah.
A banter expert, definitely has ADHD, and is a
Mm-hmm.
package deal with Ben. Does that mean
So
you get 2 hotness?
Yeah, I was gonna say. So this is like a 2-for-1 deal. What's up?
It is. You are agreeing to enter into a throuple with them, definitely.
That's fine.
They can possibly be eliminated. Either of them can be eliminated. It's not that we're separating them. It's not that we're separating. I will spoil. Matt has a position, and if he falls off, that doesn't necessarily mean that Ben's out.
Yeah, he can just sit in the cuckold chair for a while.
He
That's
sits
fine.
in the cuckold chair. All right.
Yeah. Well, Ben gets the action because damn Ben.
Yeah.
That kind of.
Yeah.
Ash, it's that kind of package deal.
All
You
right.
know what I mean?
Clank from the KFC dating sim.
This is okay.
A literal pressure cooker, so good
Yeah.
with pressure,
Mhm.
very good boy, and
Yep.
a great cook.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Strong points. I love a good boy.
Like their packages are packaged? No, only they are packaged. Next, we
This
get
is not a
Biggs the
docking
cat.
situation, Ash.
We get Biggs the cat, more brawn than
Oh,
brain.
man.
Would be a bear,
Yeah.
but he is a cat and
Yeah.
has very chill vibes.
The vibes are so chill.
Who was the other one?
It's just like a line too far, though.
Who's the other one? Sasha. Okay. Sasha from Psychonauts. Next, we get Sasha from Psychonauts 2.
Okay.
Mhm. Yep.
Lovely German friend. Very much has his mind in place. Looks like the dude from Star Wars.
He does. Thank you.
Really
Ash.
does. He does. Like literally every Imperial agent looks like this. For a reason.
Yeah. So square.
Yes, he is very pretentious. Look at him as he psychically levitates a cigarette. Like,
Ooh la la.
very, very pretentious. All right.
I've just like Asterion. I've tried to date dudes like this. They want you to do really intense things to their ass.
Sasha is what Hugo is you're worried about.
That is an interesting.
Exactly.
Okay. That's a good point.
Sasha is 100% what you're worried Hugo's gonna be. Oh yes, and Cruella DeVille. Definitely got Cruella DeVille vibes.
Mhm,
All right, so we got Ben.
Yeah.
We got Clank.
I mean, yeah. Poi raises an excellent point that Clank is the hottest, but
Clank is the hottest. Yes,
In
a
a literal
hotness
sense.
competition.
yeah.
We got Biggs the cat. Which actually Biggs the cat did make it to the second round when my partner was doing a test run with me on this one.
Damn. Do you need to tell us something?
No,
right now?
it's fine.
Okay. Cool. Cool.
Don't worry and don't look in my closet.
Poi also said something important, which is smoking. Sorry, I need to put this to a beat. Smoking cigs isn't cool. You should stay in elementary school. Cigarettes aren't something you need. You should only smoke government weed. Hey. All right.
Looks like he's really into butt plugs. Like really huge butt plugs. Yes. Okay.
See, we're all on the same page.
So are we voting for Ben then? Is it?
Yeah, I think
consensus
Ben
on
is the obvious one.
Yeah. Are we voting for the only like real choice here?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm voting for the pressure cooker, but I think I'm losing this one.
Yeah.
That's.
You know
Listen,
what? Fair
pressure
enough.
cooker is a close second. I'm not gonna lie.
Clank is.
But
Clank
Ben
is
gets
a
my
great
vote.
boy. Great
Yeah.
lad.
Such a good boy.
Definitely,
Just imagine that face looking up at you after.
Definitely. Definitely goes into the category with Roxanne here.
It's totally fair.
All right, we got Ben. All right, now we're probably going to be switching over to some reading because this is fantastic and I want to do more of it, but we need a brief intermission.
We do. Oh, it's not going to be brief.
It's probably not going to be brief. This is very true. So,
All right, which one do we start with? I came up with some rules for this one.
yeah.
Mhm.
So
So
you
these
can
are
split.
edited. Because Twitch.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. Come on, Twitch.
Yeah.
However, so our whole thing is we take turns. We try to do 3 paragraphs. We tap out. Some of us, I suspect, will outperform others.
Yeah.
When you tap out, comes to the next person in the rotation. The next person in the rotation can also tap out. If the third person in the rotation taps out, the person who tapped out first from that like last paragraph being like, no, I can't do it, gets to choose who goes next. And this wasn't agreed upon prior, but I hope it's fair. If we're all like, no, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, if
then
everyone's
I think
like, no, this isn't good.
I would never.
Yeah, that is true. You would never. So there's never going to be that consensus. But
This
I
is
am
gonna say
the
this.
one
I
in
think
control.
I think chat, without our votes, should be able to make a Robbed Hotties category.
Yes.
That's like an additional.
That's totally fair.
Yeah, the Robbed Hotties category is going to be its own side competition. And by the way, if we do not win, or if we do not decide the tournament today, the tournament will continue tomorrow. I just won't have special guests unless they decide to pop in. Rachel will win this hands down. Yes, it is known that Rachel is going to
I'm going to
last
deal damage
in
on the way out.
endurance
I can't wait. I'm very excited.
I admit I am the weak link in this category.
Well, does that mean you should go first or Rachel?
Probably. Let me get the start of the story when it's not going to be as bad.
Yeah, this is the start of the stories are all like very
They're
chill.
all,
So
they're all
we're just
tame
setting it
and
up.
Disneyfied, you know?
Yeah. I tried to taper some of these down so they're not quite as offensive, but here we go.
Yeah. All right.
Now, which one would you like to pick first?
If you want them to be more
true.
offensive, check out Queens
That
of
is
Spite.
true. We have multiple. I was just going to read the very first one, but we do have several
So the
options. to
yeah,
choose
so the
Actually, yeah,
choices
maybe
are,
we should. Why don't we leave it up? We have actually more than one person in chat.
Yeah.
We should leave it up to chat. What do we go for first?
Okay, so in our list of stories, let me just bring up what we have here. We have
Actually, Ash knows these, doesn't she?
yes.
Ash has. I don't think she's heard any of these actually.
Oh,
I
okay.
have
You
talked
mentioned
about them, but she's-
co-host
yeah, but
helping to
she's
like
never,
pare these down. Oh, perfect. Double blind. Amazing.
Okay. So we have bagged by the groceries, conquered by Clippy, corn daddy, and seduced by the pumpkin spice. I'm assuming latte.
Yeah, you got it.
All of which have been edited down.
Yeah, so Bagged by the Groceries is just a segment of the actual novella, so it's just part of it. Conquered by Clippy is the entire bit. Corn Daddy is just part of the story, and Seduced by the
Okay.
Pumpkin Spice Latte is all of the story.
Okay, corn daddy is the first choice for Poi. That sounds good. Oh, Ash is throwing in the vote for Clippy.
Ash
All
is, yep, that's fair.
I mean, who doesn't want to be conquered by Clippy? Okay, we can do Clippy. All right.
Let's go.
believe
Clippy,
that
Clippy.
is 2. Yes.
Yeah, it's number 2.
Oh, we're deep in. Hold
Oh
on.
yeah, that's deep in. Hang on. There we go. All right, so this seems to be part of a series. This is
Yeah.
the Christy Ackerland Adventures.
You got it. So this is so Conquered by Clippy is written by Leonard Delaney. It's like a 68-page novella. It's pretty short. And it's part of the Digital Desire series, which is this Christy
Ah.
Ackerland gal.
I see.
And she is the main character in all of these books. And it's going through kind of these digital creations come to life in this like kind of post-apocalypse Silicon Valley situation where she's like an archaeologist looking up stuff.
You were
And this
easy
is-
on them, Ash. It needs to be safe for Twitch.
Yeah, sorry, Ash. I know. I had some others, but I'm like, it's just not gonna get it by.
Look, if ever we redo this, we'll do it just pure recorded, and we'll put it up on YouTube, and then we can be as raunch as we want.
I will say though, we had one of our episodes taken down off of YouTube so far,
Really?
so that's not bad. Yeah,
That-
it was
that
about
is not bad.
yeah, it was one of the tentacle ones. People were not so like super
Oh,
excited
fair
about.
enough. Fair enough.
I'm down for a tingler if it comes to it.
Listen, I could talk about Chuck Tingle until the end of days.
Him on Blue Sky.
I feel like this
fucking
is a
hilarious.
situation where everyone involved in this interaction wants this to be raunchier than it is, and we're all scared that we're going to be banned.
Yeah, sure.
sure, sure, yeah.
Sure.
Ooh, Ash, stop. So if you want to talk about some of those books, though, we did cover some of them on the podcast. So
Yes.
Queen of
Very
the-
much recommend.
we did cover a Chuck Tingle book, and we did cover Priest, which Ash mentioned in the chat there. Yep,
All right.
exciting.
Hang on, I have no water. All right, we're going in dry on this one.
Never coming dry.
Christy Ackerley.
Someone want that one. And I was like, all right.
But that just doesn't sound fun. That doesn't sound like anyone's gonna enjoy anything at that point. Anyway, when the clerk at the grocery store asked her if she wanted help bagging her groceries, she said, "No thanks." When a man tried to hold the door for her, she opened the other door. When she
Hold on. You're reading the wrong one, maybe?
reading the wrong one.
Oh no,
Okay,
this is bagged by the groceries.
That's
Oh,
bagged by the groceries. Hold on.
that is bagged by the groceries.
Are they back?
No, this.
Wait,
Hold on. Go
Right.
back.
did I screw up?
I don't know.
Actually, I think you might be right. Christy Ackerland. Scrollaways? I think we just get jerked around before the Clippy.
Yeah, you must.
Oh
be.
yeah, there's
Clippy,
clippings. There's clippings.
there we go. Okay, yeah, we go.
Okay.
You know what?
Jeez.
That's
My heart.
yeah.
There's too much groceries going on, apparently.
Yeah, Christy
Excellent.
Ackerland gets groceries a lot, all right?
Apparently. Pray
Um,
continue.
Okay. When she got back to her building apartment, she skipped the elevator, hiking up the stairs instead. She even hated having to wear glasses over her striking gray eyes. And did she really need this hairband helping her flowing red hair stay out of her face?
So flowing.
So flowing. Oh.
And red, just like Penny.
Oh, true. This could be Penny. Penny getting groceries. But she kept her glasses on and her hair up because she needed her vision unobscured in order to read her email. She was pleased by what she saw there. Miss Acker, we have read your blog about the blocks. See previous Christy Ackerland adventure taken by the Tetris blog, and are impressed by your relationships with inanimate objects and ability to communicate using words. I too like my ability to communicate using words.
I should mention these are not stellar stories, but they are funny.
No, come on. We know what we're reading.
This feels like when you wrote your resume for someone who's in your discipline instead of writing it for the HR manager.
Yeah. We have discovered an ancient alien artifact in the middle of a remote and dangerous location. We would like to send you there alone, without any help, to tell the artifact's story. Yours, Bill Gates, CEO of Contoso Corporation. Christy eagerly navigated. I'm going to drop the deeper voice on that one. Christy eagerly navigated her computer's operating system to formulate a perfectly formulated formatted reply to Contoso. "I'm in," she wrote, perfectly formatted as always. Very simple email. Wattpad for
Perfect.
Technicals, yes.
Pretty tame so far. Who you passing it off to?
I'm going to say that Rachel.
I don't know if that was
I'm
3 paragraphs, but it seems equivalent.
Rachel,
Good
I'm
enough.
passing it off to you. That
Okay.
way, because it seems like it's just going to end by the time that Will will have to start reading, or whoever's next. I guess it could be me again.
Bill Gates himself
I don't
picked
think
up.
it's gonna get bad that fast.
I need to go
Bill
get
Gates-
water. I'll be
Sorry.
right back.
Oh yeah, okay. Phil Gates himself picked Christy up in a helicopter. He was a thin, older man with a mop of unruly salt and pepper hair and dark-rimmed glasses thicker than Christie's. "Isn't this beautiful?" asked Phil as they flew over the United States with all its trees and buildings and rocks. I
I'm
suppose it
imagining
is.
like a smoldering Billy Bob Thornton.
Oh God, unfortunately, yeah. But with a lot of
Isn't this
glasses.
beautiful.
Isn't this beautiful? I suppose it is, she says, fidgeting in the seat she was strapped into. She itched to get out of the helicopter and start exploring the ancient alien artifact on her own. Phil kept turning to stare at her, and it made her uncomfortable. Finally, they approached the Silicon Valley. This is where we unearthed the vessel, explained Phil. We were mining for computer chips, and there it was, in the middle of the underground crater. This vessel's in the middle. But there are other pieces spread around the area. Together, they may tell a story. We reasoned that it was a job for a writer to piece the story together and publish the white paper. Get me down there, and I'm your girl, said Christy. Phil turned to her. He smiled a little too widely and stared at her a little too long. The helicopter jerked to the side. A greenish cloud sailed past Christy's window. Oh, geez, we've been hit by a silicone geyser, said Phil. Helicopter plummeted deeper and deeper into the Silicon Valley. Phil tried to navigate the copter around more geysers, aiming for the middle of the excavated pit that came into view. Another geyser shot up and nicked the tail. The chopper shook as it approached the floor of the valley. Dang it, this chopper's going down, screamed Phil. With a thud that made Christie's bosom jiggle, the aircraft crashed into the middle of the pit. It skidded to a halt. Phil turned to her. Are you okay?
I must say, does a silicon geyser just fire hot silicon into the air instead of hot water? Is that what's going on here?
I think that's what it is, or it's like microchips.
Yeah.
But it's also a green cloud. It's a like.
The description of this is maybe like a partially aerosolized fluid, but they're also
fluid.
chips,
Either
and
way,
I could
the
understand
chopper
someone. Yeah, went down, bam, bam. Yeah, you lost me on the physics of this. I'm trying to give it to the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is not. I wouldn't go too deep on the details on this.
No,
you're not
definitely
going to
not.
find anything at the bottom of that pit.
But I do really appreciate that Silicon Valley is a place where the silicon goes goosh, and you mine the silicon and put it in big trucks of silicon and make the computers with it.
Could you say goosh again?
Yeah, please.
Goosh.
Nice. Give us
nice.
the goosh.
Do you want to give the story a goosh now?
Yeah.
Goosh.
Poi is requesting
where
a
am I?
hydrate
Where am
for
I?
all. That is very fair. We will hydrate.
I'll audibly sip.
I will not audibly sip. You're welcome.
Yeah.
All right, hopefully
All right. Which
that
one did you order?
dehorned the audience for a moment. Like sushi, like the ginger, like a palate cleanser to rehorny you for later. Okay, I'm fine. I don't need any help," said Christy. Is that where we are?
Yep, you got it.
Okay. Now, while you were rooting for Rachel in this one, but I'm gonna show you today that I'm a true contender for the title. Phil unbuckled himself and reached over to hold her hand. I'll be okay. I think my Windows Phone 8.1 smartphone is broken, but we can wait here until help arrives. Be okay as long as we cuddle for warmth at night. Christy groaned. You stay here and cuddle yourself. I'm getting out to find that artifact. She hopped out of the chopper and was disappointed when she heard Phil get out too. Put a hand on her back and rubbed it up and down. It's okay. I'll help. We can do this together. Then get back to the helicopter right now. Then get back to the helicopter by nightfall. We might have to share a blanket. He laughed a wee laugh. Like he was joking, but he obviously wasn't. The alien vessel was a long, crepe, hill-shaped enclosure sticking out of the ground. It was slightly taller than Christy, and had no visible windows or openings except for a tiny hole with a... Okay, I'm sorry, I'm laying this on too thick.
Yeah, you don't need to lay.
No, lay it on
this
a
thing.
thicker piece.
A tiny hole. With a lens. I don't know how to work that one. Lens inside? How do you think we can open it? Asked Phil. Ken?
All right. I'm going to go until we have an ad break. So for the next 2 minutes. Christy
got this.
ignored him and looked around. Debris littered the ground around the area where the vessel had presumably crashed from space. She picked up a piece of gray metal paneling. There was something embossed in it, a vertical line crossed by a shorter horizontal line. It's a cross, said Phil. Are we dealing with ancient Christian alien cult? Frowning, Christy brought out her notepad. She sat with her back against the vessel and started writing the symbol down. The vessel immediately came to life. The top of it popped off and it hissed with the release of air. Phil stumbled back, ready to run, but Christy stood and got her pen ready to record whatever she could. Alright. A high-pitched, bouncy voice echoed out of the vessel. Would you like some assistance? Christy raised one of her sculpted eyebrows.
I'm sorry, is that a high-pitched, bouncy voice?
You
Sorry.
could do better.
Okay. Alright.
I know you
got this.
can. I've seen you work wonders.
You have seen
With
me
those
work
chords
no
of yours.
wonders, especially when it comes to high-pitched voices. Because my voice does not really go that high. But here we go. We're
Try
going
your best.
high-pitched. Would you like some assistance today?
You know what? That actually was pretty bouncy.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to end on, would you like some assistance today? As we're going to go for an ad break. When we come back, we're going to see if she needs some assistance. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody.
Hello.
All
I thought
right.
you were gonna wait on that ad break. I was just like, all right, I'm gonna be polite. I'm gonna be really quick, getting my loud clanging thing from the other side of the room and sitting down.
No.
Turns out, Dude Perfect style. I sit down with a creak. Welcome back.
Welcome back, everybody. All
Nice
right.
to know I'm reliable, at least.
Yeah, you're nailing it. Absolutely nailing it. So Christy
Speaking
raised
of
one of her
nailing
sculpted
it.
eyebrows. A figure climbed out of the top of the vessel and pounced to the ground. Christy's jaw dropped as she found herself staring at a giant living paperclip. The curled rod of alien steel flexed and creaked as it bounced in place. A pair of white orbs with black lenses in the middle eyes stared back at her. Okay. It's an interesting way to type this out. Dark ridges above the camera's eyebrows made a quiet sound like they raised. It looks like you're trying to write a letter. Would you like help? Asked the alien paperclip. No, thanks. I'm doing just fine, said Christy, looking at the symbol on her page. A letter, said Phil. It's not a cross after all. Must be the letter T. Of course. This Phil guy is a real genius.
He's super genius.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Phil. I figured that much out, mumbled Christy. What are you, you magnificently intelligent machine? Asked Phil. I'm Clippy, your office assistant. Would you like some assistance today? As Phil and Clippy chatted away like old friends, Christy explored the area. She found another warp steel panel, and another symbol embossed in it. A perfect circle. She jumped when Clippy appeared right behind her. Looks like some research. Would you like some assistance today? No, she said, and headed towards the ridge surrounded by loose rocks and bits of metal. Phil and Clippy followed her. Careful there. These rocks look dangerous, said Phil. Clippy extended the outer loose end of his paperclip-like body. Looks like you're navigating a dangerous surface. Would you like some assistance with that?
I think that has to be 3 paragraphs. I don't think we're getting paragraphs on this one.
I'll keep going. She sighed, then easily hopped over.
Oh,
the
you're
rock.
into it.
Hey.
You're down for the clips.
Eh, why not? I love Clippy.
Yeah, Clip fever.
Besides, who can do the voice but me? She sighed and then easily hopped over the rocks and found herself at the bottom of a ridge. Clippy helped Phil climb down on his thin, stick-like legs, which weren't much different than Clippy's wiry body. Blah, blah. When they finally got down beside her, she pointed at the wall below the ridge. There's an opening, she says. It leads below to the vessel where we found you. Do you know what's down there? I am an office assistant. Can I assist you with your letter? Oh, that's a no. And all right, I will pass it off. All right,
Me?
Rachel, you want to take it away?
Okay,
So
go on.
is Clippy a service stop?
You're about to find out.
I guess I am.
Christy cleared some rocks away from the opening, then eased herself
Opening?
inside. She emerged into the cavern pitch with blackness, but she had come prepared. She reached for the tool belt, the weight of which was pulling her jeans down so that her red panties peeked over the edge. When she turned on her flashlight, she found Clippy in front of her, his camera eyes aimed at her waistline. For once, he didn't say anything. A small portion of her, annoyed at the situation, somehow turned into excitement, and she got a brief thrill from having Clippy's inhuman eyes exploring her body. Then Phil showed up. I'm here, he said. Can I do anything? Christy came back to her senses and looked around. They were in a man-made hallway, although it had gone some way towards being reclaimed by nature. The walls crawled with roots, and the floor was pitted with gaping holes. She stooped and picked up another steel panel. This one had another O embossed in it.
Evil word.
Ooh. We need to keep going, she says. There are some doors at the end of the hallway, but a deep pit leading to the bowels of the earth blocked their path. Clippy's bouncy, high-pitched voice piped up. Looks like a hole. Would you like? Justine ran and leapt over the pit. Phil shrugged his shoulders and then pumped his stick-like legs and made the leap for it too. He misjudged and found himself hanging on the edge of a bottomless pit. Clippy moved fast. He uncurled his body and used one loose end to nudge Phil's butt enough for him to pull himself up. Breathing heavily, Phil put a hand on Clippy's shoulder. I thought I was going to die, he said. Geez, what a thrill. A dangerous situation can sure, bring people together, can't it? He leaned in close, his lips puckering. Christy recoiled.
Why do I know where Clippy's shoulder is?
Clippy somersaulted over the pit. Looks like an awkward romantic situation, he said. Can I assist with you guys getting off, or... She almost gave in and said, yeah. What's that?
Want to retake that line?
I think it might be plot critical.
Do you want to read the Clippy voice?
Well, it's not. Can I assist with getting you guys off?
Oh, can I assist in getting this guy off of you?
We know that he's a service top, but like...
Oh, she almost gave in and said yes, but instead she just pointed her flashlight in the other direction and headed towards the doors. When she tried the handle at one of them, the door collapsed inwards, sending up swirls of ancient dust. It's an office, she said. When the dust cleared, the room held 2 desks, each covered in books, papers, and old computers. This is weird. It's like that hatch in the TV show Lost, said Phil. That was a good show, said Christy. Yep. His voice was sad, but probably mopey because Christy had such a good taste in TV shows, but wasn't interested in kissing him. They tried the door at the end of the hallway, which opened with a shove. This room was larger and filled with rows and rows of racks containing black boxes with tiny lights in the front, the cables sticking out of the back. There's digital supercomputer servers, said Phil in his awe voice. Older models, but still, but with so many of them, there's quite a lot of processing power here. Such raw power, such beauty, impressive. He sprinted between the rows, pawing at the dusty servers. Their lights still blinked. Was he providing electricity? What was providing electricity way down here? All right, I'm handing it off.
He's passionate, you know?
Tell me about his passion.
I would also like to say that we have the letters TOO. So, you know, we gotta...
You got it.
We're piecing together the puzzle here.
There's a mystery.
Yeah. I'll go like that.
All right. Here I am, your sensual narrator. Wow! shouted Phil, a little too loudly. The vibration of his voice echoed around the room, and something gave way. One of the servers sank into the crumbling ground and started to topple. Looks like the ground is crumbling and my server farm brain is about to crush you both. Would you like... But he was too late. His servers were spilling from their racks, raining down on Phil. The quarter of one hit the top of his head, bonk, as dark blood poured down his face. He raised his hands, but another server crushed his shoulder, then another knocked his neck into a weird position. His spindly legs collapsed as he was buried in computers. Assistance? Finished Clippy. Okay, yes, I need assistance, Christy shouted as a blinking row of lights rapidly approached her face. Christy blinked dust out of her eyes. She felt strong arms around her. Clippy was surprisingly warm to the touch. He shrugged off some cables and broken servers that had prevented from crushing her. Thank you for saving me, said Christy. Too bad about Phil Gates. One sneakered foot stuck out from a pile of metal. Lights and cracked motorhead. Motorheads? Motherboards.
Motorhead.
Sweet band, though.
Just a bunch of other people just collapsed on top of Phil, all in biker
And
jackets.
Motorhead was there too. No, let me.
Quick, grab my mohawk.
Probably how he would have wanted to die, said Clippy. True that, said Christy. Clippy reached out his loose end and she let him help her up. I feel different, he said. Those computers were my brain, and now that it's damaged, I don't feel compelled to help you with everything. Can't say I'm disappointed. I do still want to assist you, he said. His digital gaze scanned her body, and one eyebrow raised slightly. But it's no longer because of my programming. Christy looked down, and she saw that the loose end in the middle of Clippy's coil was sticking out. It was red and glowing at the end, as if his rod had been stuck in a fire. Clippy had a boner. Ken?
Damn it. I will say, I'd be slightly concerned if it was red hot.
Keep reading. You'll learn all about it.
Oh dear lord. Like from a
Christy's also concerned about that.
Yeah. From a scientific perspective, I'm very concerned about this.
Ah, good. Cocklore.
Yeah.
Isn't it it's physics, right?
Yeah. You know, that's just because it has an LED at the tip, right? Right?
Are you delaying the inevitable? Is that what's
No.
going on right now?
No.
Are you bowing out? What's up?
No, never.
Because you could always,
I'm good.
pass it off. You could
I'm
tap.
good.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, of course.
I'm concerned about Christy here. This is a health risk. You've been programmed to be.
Maybe
very
she
human.
needs some hot stuff, baby, this evening.
Maybe.
You've been programmed to be very human, she said, and humans have certain needs. You've already helped me by saving my life. How about I help you for once? I'm not sure what you mean, he said, still keeping a happy and upbeat voice. She reached out and grabbed his glowing red end. It was hot, but not too hot. He uncurled further at her touch. I'm micro hard, he said.
Say it again. Say the whole line.
I'm micro hard, he muttered.
Okay, now mutter it.
Now you have to mutter it.
All right. I'm micro hard. How do I mutter in a bouncy voice? Why would he be Microsoft when he goes macro hard? She smiled with one side of her mouth, then got on her knees. Unlike an actual paperclip, the end of his coiled body was rounded, and it felt smooth in her mouth. As she lapped and sucked and tongued at it, it became even redder and hotter. Her own human body part felt hot too. I know that's I'm pretty sure that's your adjustment, but
Okay, but I don't think it is actually.
really,
Yeah.
that's not your edit.
I don't think that was my adjustment. It specifically did say human. I did not do that.
Okay.
Listen, it's like they used to say in high school. If he's been deburred, it's fine.
Okay. Still sucking, she eased herself out of her jeans. When she allowed herself a glance up, his bulbous eyes were rolled back. Sorry.
That seems really difficult to do.
Yeah, it seems really difficult to do since it's a lens. The steel eyebrows arched with pleasure. She stopped. What are you? Shh, she whispered, as she leaned back against one of the still standing stacks of servers as she took off her blouse. Now only in her frilly red undergarments, she rested against the servers, spreading her legs, and began rubbing the wet spot on her panties. Would you like me to assist? Shut up, Clippy. Christy's delicate fingers delicately pulled her panties aside. I love the double
I wasn't
delicate.
sure how they were going to do that.
Yeah. Then she began rubbing her happy place. With her other hand, she reached behind her back and struggled to take her bra off. Would you like me to?
I think that's the correction.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely happy place.
Happy place is the correction.
Happy
Yeah.
place is the
Anytime you hear
correction.
that this evening, it's happy
Yeah.
place.
Would you like
Her
me
clit
to?
from Stardew
Shut the
Valley.
fuck up, Clippy. Finally saying that out loud turned her on so damn much. She got the bra off and her perfectly engineered breasts popped free. Why are they perfectly engineered?
Listen, I feel like this is part of a larger story arc that I don't want to spoil.
Alright, this is a part of the larger digital desires.
This is part of the lore, so just accept that she has engineered breasts and continue.
Yeah, she's rubbing her Clint from Stardew Valley.
Yeah. I hate that you can't romance Clint. I wanted to romance Clint.
Clint is a lovely, sad boy.
Yeah, he needs love
He's
too.
a pathetic little puppy.
Poor guy. He does so much though.
Yeah.
I feel like it's toxic to be like, a guy like that needs to be laid like once, but I was also a guy like that, and I was laid like once, and it did fix a lot.
Do you want to
There's
talk
a certain,
about that? Okay.
there's a certain like, okay, it's fine,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Who needs
it's
love?
Fine.
We all need love.
Everyone is
fine.
valid.
Everyone's valid here.
Everyone needs love.
I'm gonna continue reading.
Okay.
With nipples
can unpack another
eager
time.
little puppy noses, as she brought herself to the edge of female orgasm. Clippy uncoiled further, and the red glow spread higher up his shaft. His eyes slid to stay near the coiled part of his body, but remained firmly fixated on Christy. And I'm gonna toss it to Rachel on this one. I'm
Yay.
going to get you.
So that's like a downward sliding gimbal, I think.
That sounds right to me.
I'm trying to think of the physics of this.
I went to art school, so it's hard to say.
We're talking about a sentient paperclip that's capable of unraveling himself, but a gimbal does sound right.
I'm back to school these days to finish my degree from way back when, and I'm doing this remote sensing course, and it's really funny because I'm talking to someone who's at the same school for art, and there's a lot of stuff this exact course has in common where it's like, oh no, there's like color theory in this. It's science, but it's also color theory. You need to make a diagram people can understand.
Makes sense to me. That's my whole job.
Ooh.
Okay.
Diagram maker understander?
I'm a graphic
Impressive.
designer, so like, yeah, basically, in a very
Ooh.
sort of way. Except the diagram's communication. Anyway,
I'll have
back to her
I'll have to
panties.
keep you in mind if I have any products.
Mm-hmm. She ripped her panties off and tossed them aside as she arched her back, so close to coming. But the frustration of not quite getting there must have shown on her face. Would you like? Yes, Clippy, assist me. Assist me hard. She uncoiled almost entirely. He uncoiled almost entirely, so he was a straight rod with only a little curl at the top for his eyes to attach to, with magnets or whatever. The length of his metal shaft glowed with digital passion. He sprung forward, bounced into the air, and landed inside Christie's lady socket. She exploded with orgasm juice immediately, bubbling around the tip of Clippy's glowing rod. Clippy moaned with his bouncy little voice. Assist me deeper, Christie commanded. He complied, pushing more of his delightful hot in temperature body inside of her, thrusting with the strength that only alien technology could power. Deeper, he pushed on, until nearly half of his body was inside of her. The supple flesh below her sternum bulged. She felt his warmth push past her happy place and further up towards her internal organs, including her heart. But she had already come once, and it would take more than fucking to get her to bust her another ovary. Clippy seemed to sense it. It looks like you're trying to reach orgasm. Can I assist you using butt stuff? She nodded, beads of sweat jingling on her forehead. With his rod so deep inside of her, Clippy was easily able to pick her up like a kebab and flip her over onto her hands and knees.
Oh, that sounds like it would be so painful.
But she's also probably into it, so like,
I mean, probably,
don't
but
kink
like,
shame.
fuck. Yeah.
He curled so that one end could reach her butt while keeping the other end in her. Clippy wasn't the first living inanimate object that Christy had made love to, but she had never felt anything like this. He got his end to vibrate like an Xbox controller as he twiddled the rim of her butt, but at the same time, his other end pushed internal buttons she didn't even know were there. Just before she came again, she glanced back. Clippy's eyes whirled shut with pleasure. Curled like that, he looked like a giant letter C.
This episode is brought to you by the letter C.
As she spurted lady butter all over Clippy, she briefly remembered her mission to find more letters and figure out what he was. But before she could further ponder where he came from, he came from both ends. She felt both of her holes fill up with whatever substance paperclips emitted. She hoped this didn't make her pregnant again. Both of them shuddered with pleasure, and then Clippy uncurled out of her. He was so deep that it sounded like a schlick, 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 schlop as he came out. A bit of a silver liquid, like the mercury stuff that used to be in thermometers, dribbled from Christie's love port.
It
She
might
turned
just
over-
be straight up mercury.
Yeah, that's where you want your
Christy's
mercury.
They said it's like the mercury stuff,
Ah, yeah,
not
yeah.
that it is the mercury stuff.
definitely dead.
Semantics.
Semantics.
She turned over,
Likely dead.
likely dead. I mean, there's a lot of questionable things going on here. She turned over and laid down on the bed of broken computer parts. Thank you for your assistance, she said. And I'm going to pass that one off so you can finish this up.
Dear Lord. All right, moisturized, flourishing in our lane. Christy laid still for a few minutes while she caught her breath. Like 180 seconds. With Clippy's strong coils wrapped around her. Then she noticed another panel lying beside the pile of rubble that Phil Gates' dead foot stuck out of. She reached over and picked it up. Another letter was involved. Why is this code now?
Because this is the big reveal. The mystery.
Right, she reached over and picked it up. Another letter was embossed in the panel. S. She picked up the notebook from beside her pile of clothes and looked at the letters she'd collected so far. TOS. That's what we're violating. Terms of service?
Yeah, this is all just the terms.
Yeah,
of
that's what's
service.
getting violated here.
Yeah, it's the real violation.
No, there were two of the O. She arranged them. Clippy looked down at her, his eyebrows raising with a whirring sound. A little muttering came from his mouth, like he wanted to say something, but he knew he shouldn't. OTOS. She fondly remembered Clippy bent in the shape of a C as he fucked her and ate her ass. C-O blank T-O-S blank Contoso! She freed herself from Clippy's grasp, stood and began putting her clothes back on. My gosh! She explained. You were created by Contoso, the very company that sent me to investigate the crash site. You're not an alien artifact at all! Clippy sighed. I told you, I am an office assistant. This undergrad facility is my office. Test office facility number 10. There are 9 others. Only 8 actually. They skipped number 9. She sighed. So you didn't crash from space. You were buried here by Contoso. The nearby pile of rubble shifted. Christy snapped her tool belt on and then aimed her flashlight at it. Phil Gates emerged from the rubble. Except half of Phil Gates was missing. His half of Phil face was missing, and replaced by metallic panels and wires. Phil, the CEO of Contoso, is a robot? I am not the real Phil Gates, said robot Phil as he burst out of the rubble, Contoso experimented with artificial assistants back in the 90s. I am Friendly Phil model, and I managed to escape before they buried all of the test facilities. Clippy here was one of the first assistant models. I thought that if I brought you here, you would get to know it intimately. You could write about how great we're. And Contoso would have to give in to public pressure and unbury us. Crispy gasped, "That's so manipulative!" Ken?
Sorry, said Clippy, his eyebrows slanted. I didn't know about any of this. I just wanted to assist. Christy wagged her finger at both of them. Look, if I wanted help, I'd ask for it. If anybody wanted help, they'd ask for it. You want to be useful? Be there if I need you, but otherwise, stay the hell out of my way. Clippy and Friendly Phil both looked sheepish. Christy packed up her things, left the server room, leapt over the over the dangers in the simulated office, then hiked all the way back home. Epilogue. Christy put the finishing touches on her white paper, which she wrote on an Apple Macintosh computer while shaking hands.
Just another day as a journalist.
Yup. With shaking hands, she hit the publish button to distribute the paper to the world. Soon, everyone would know about the threat of the underground sex robots. She felt bad for Clippy, who was only trying to help. He did help her reach a pleasurable orgasm. Twice. So he wasn't all bad. She just wished he wasn't so annoying. Meanwhile, underneath the Silicon Valley, Clippy bent himself back into shape after a marathon round of simultaneously assisting Friendly Phil, Power Pup, and some holographic newcomer lady named Cortana.
Okay.
Yep, they just had a robo orgy. I don't know who Power Pup is, but I feel like it shouldn't be in the orgy. He scanned the internet and came across Christie's white paper. Maybe she was right. Maybe the digital assistants were a threat. And she didn't even know that there were more of them down here, gathering together. Even as he watched Cortana high-five Powerpuff, then laughed a really villain sort of laugh. Her face
I can only assume he is a power sort of pup, but his power is for evil?
Right? Her face lit up green by the silicon geysers, which they gained their power. Lippy climbed out of the tunnels. Humanity needed his assistance, and by God, he was going to give it to them.
Well done, guys. Good reading.
Yeah, great read. Great reads. Honestly, great fan fiction.
Clippy DPs someone, and then, like, Marvel stands at the end of it?
Yeah.
Of course. They fade out, and then, yeah.
Yeah, fade out on him in an action hero pose. The closest thing to an action hero pose he can get. I assume, like, Clippy's imaginary shoulders kind of, like, puff up a little bit, and he, like, does a little bit of an arch.
Oh, yeah, I can perfectly envision this.
Yeah, yeah.
Making his post-sex piss, and it's like, ba 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 da.
Sorry, not great fan fiction. Great work of literary masterpiece.
Yeah.
Clippy?
So you can, if you want to read that yourself, it's on Kindle Unlimited or Amazon. And the other books in the series, one is called Taken by the Tetris Blocks, which is the first one. This is the second book. The third one's called Invaded by the iWatch. And then there's Coax by the Copyright Page.
Okay.
Rammed by the reviews for this book. And the last one is called My Racist Robot Lover.
That one seems a little bit out of left field, but I mean,
You're
hey,
right,
they've been
yeah.
building up the rise of the robots in this one, so maybe that's the payoff.
It's true. So it's a one big series, and it's starring this Christy gal. So
Yes.
enjoy if you want to continue in that
That is
path.
what I meant. It is inspired by Clippy. It is technically fiction by a fan of Clippy.
Yeah. Oh, and they're a big fan.
Yeah.
Well, Clippy's a big prehensile cylinder, so...
Yep, he is.
All right. I'm going to go back to the tournament now.
You stuck it out.
Your
I'm so proud
your
of you.
safe place.
I did it. This is my safe place where we can just talk about beautiful characters in video games and no one's getting DP'd. I mean, they could be. Who the fuck knows? Because next in the category, we have Ichiban from Blush Blush, Jade from Tavern Talk, Slim Jim from Ratchler, and Sunny from Cassette Beasts. Okay.
I have no idea what's going on.
All right. Jumping back to
We're going on
the
vibes.
presentation.
We're going on vibes.
Here we get Clank again. Ichiban from Blush Blush. Loves to dress up.
Oh, hey.
Famous online. And not afraid to be nude on camera. Important to
All right.
note, this character is based on Markiplier. Which is
Yeah,
why I
okay.
said not afraid to be nude on camera, because Markiplier has been nude on camera several times.
Yeah. He's fun to look at. That's fair.
Yeah.
He's a wonderful human.
You're telling me he's hung Markiplong?
Yeah, he is very much hung Markiplier. And loves to cosplay. So, you can dress him up in whatever you want. Maid outfit. Just down for all of it.
I mean, you're
I'm
selling
gonna
it.
say
Yeah.
he seems exhausting.
Exhaust me then. Jeez.
All right. Now, on top of that, we get Jade from Tavern Talk. Has the turtle friend. The turtle friend does come with Jade. Is not a part of the relationship, but does have a mustache.
The turtle has a mustache?
The turtle has a mustache, yes.
Get it,
It's
girl.
either a mustache or a nose ring. I can't really tell from the artwork. Very cool, kind of cowboy lady with metallic jade arms.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did not get to writing the description for her, unfortunately. All right, and next we get Slim Jim from the Ratchler. Twink, quite the
Ooh.
snack, is a
Wow.
rat.
What is going on here?
Ooh.
Quite the snack. So what is how did you base the quite the snack? What'd you base that on?
Simply because he is a twinkish rat and would probably be a snack if applied correctly. And also looking at some of the other art, the Ratchler is a beautiful game, beautiful bit of Flash media, where if you successfully get through, and find a date, as the name would imply, your rat bachelor, it shows a different bit of art, and very much Slim Jim is a twink and snack. 100%.
All right.
Oh.
Also, his name is Slim Jim, which,
Oh yeah, I'm into it.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then who was the last one on the docket? Sunny from Cassette Beasts. Next, we get Sunny. She is an ex-corporate slave who is just kind of finding herself and exploring what colors can bring into her life.
Huh. All right.
Honestly, I love Sunny. From an actual character perspective, fucking love Sunny. She is great.
In a universe without that rat, I would care.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I'm voting for the rat.
Really?
Mm.
Okay. We've got
Yeah.
that's 3 votes on the rat. So what are they based on? The Sunny from Cassette Beasts?
Or the rat and
Or
the
the rat.
hotness.
Slim Jim. I mean, we've got 3 votes for Slim Jim, so I don't think anyone else really compares. They are based on something for Cassette Beasts. They're not really based on anything. Sunny is just a character that you can interact with and end up romancing. Well, you can't actually romance Sunny. She refuses because she's still finding herself. In fact, she'll go on dates with other characters, but always end it because she's still unsure about who she is as a person.
I can respect that.
Yeah. Yeah. Sunny is honestly fantastic character. Love her. But
Kind
Slim
of
Jim is the
girl
winner
rock with all the R's, you know?
Mhm, mhm.
Grr.
There we go. Slim Jim.
He's great.
Moving up in the category here.
Let's go, Slim Jim.
So slim.
And Jim.
How Jim?
Much Jim.
So Jim of you.
Okay. Next on the docket, we got Shu from Hatful Boyfriend, Miles Edgeworth from Ace Attorney, the Huntress from Hooked on You, and Clyde from Pac-Man.
Oh,
'Cause
Yo.
as we all know, Pac-Man
devastating.
is a game about avoiding your exes.
Yes, it 100% is.
So
I can endorse this.
yes. All right. Starting it off, we get Shu from Hatful Boyfriend. There
Yes,
we
this
go.
is the game that you've been telling me about that I need to
Yes.
play immediately.
Yes.
Yeah.
Miles and
Oh.
Huntress in the same category. Yeah, it's
Totally
going to be very
understand.
difficult. This is going to be a very, very difficult category. Okay, so for your information, both of these are accurate to the depiction of the character.
Okay.
Um,
Not quite a blonde, so that's good.
yeah, not quite a blonde. Very,
It's
very
like
auburn.
dusty. Yeah.
he
Solid
has no
laugh.
space in his life for you,
Yeah,
and you have no space in your life for him.
yeah. And he wants to rearrange your guts, though.
Rearrange
So,
your
you know. Very careful wording
It's
on
like
that.
Clippy. Yeah. Big Clippy vibes.
Yeah, big Clippy vibes. Definitely has a giant rod that wants to do some work here.
Go on.
Oh, I'm not telling you any more than that because that would be spoiler territory.
That's fair. I need to play this game immediately. You're totally right.
The things these pigeons do to each other, you wouldn't believe.
I
Boy,
believe
it
a
is
lot of things.
perfectly valid not to be turned on by the phrase having your guts rearranged.
Okay, I have a book recommendation.
You do you?
Why am I
I
not
do.
surprised?
I might get you banned though. Let's not talk about it.
Okay, alright, fair enough.
I'll tell you about it later.
Fair enough.
I've been rewatching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and I'm imagining like when someone puts their like hand into you, and they're like, "Oh, I'm actually healing you."
Very violent.
Alright, now we have the Huntress from Hooked on You. She's perfect at handling wood. She's
Damn fucking muscle mommy. What
I
up?
know, right?
Holy shit.
She has some great jerky she's willing to give to you, and a lovely cabin that you can go and stay with her in. Yeah, she could throw you over her shoulder any day.
Right? Damn, gal.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
No notes.
Honestly, I brought her up and I forgot the other contestants.
That's
All
totally
right,
fair.
Miles Edgeworth
No,
and Clyde.
Am I just the top in chat? Like I just
Yeah, probably. Well, I'm gonna put this out there. I lean
She's
more
got the
on the Switch
looks,
side,
it's
but
just-
like probably.
Listen,
listen. There's nothing you can do with your hand that I can't do better myself.
There we go.
Huh.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Let's
All right.
bring it here with Clyde.
Oh, the finger in the mouth. Okay, I'm in again.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's up, Clyde?
Will steal your fries. Could probably use a nap, and will search aimlessly for you in a mall.
This is a hard decision.
Yeah. Ayo.
Clyde.
Okay, but there's one more. There's still one more. We still got one more. We have Miles
It's gonna have to
Edgeworth
be
from Ace
a
Attorney.
contender because. Oh,
Oh, right. Miles.
Yes.
Damn. Tall, dark, and problematic again.
Yep. Yep. We got tall, dark, and problematic in this. In pretty much every category has had a tall, dark, and
Yeah.
problematic.
I mean, thanks for calling me out like that.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
What I'm hearing is that I nailed these selections.
Yeah. You're
All
not
right.
wrong.
So, Will, I'm assuming your vote stays for Clyde.
see, here's where you'd be wrong.
Really?
Clyde is a Tenga egg. Miles is a Tenga egg with a law degree.
You know what? And he's
I know,
rich
it's
too.
hot.
Like he is. He is very rich as well. So you know, there's a lot going on with him right now.
I'm trying to come back to the hotness of the hotness category and be
Right,
like, okay,
right. Right.
Because like when in doubt, come back to the hotness.
Right. It is
And
the
like,
defining name of the category.
yeah,
Mhm,
and like
mhm.
Miles is like the hottest.
Hmm. Going back through, we got Clyde.
Yeah.
Oh, the thing. Oh, you got me torn though with the finger in the mouth. I just.
We got
What was
the
that about?
Huntress.
Not being able to do something with your own hands or something? And
And
what's Clyde up
what
to?
everyone forgot, we got.
Yeah, more or less.
Wait, was Markiplier at the start of this one, or I feel
Yeah.
like everyone forgot the first category on this.
This
After
is
the
a
Huntress,
really tough
everyone forgot
category.
Markiplier.
Right? Right. I had to consider Markiplier. Damn it.
All right, we got one vote for the Huntress. Yeah, calling
Okay,
us on bottoms is
Uh.
very, very rude, but it's very, very accurate. Um,
I'm calling Miles because he seems like he can afford to buy you breakfast.
all right, we got one vote for the Huntress, one
Yeah,
vote for Miles.
I think I'm going to double down on the Miles.
Doubling down on the Miles, I am willing to
Yeah.
agree with that. Miles is
Okay.
a sexy beast. All right, Miles gets to progress. There we go. In our next category, we get... Oops, there we go. Nora from Fields of Mystria. Trask from Knights of the Old Republic. Mint from Potionomics. And Rex from Mass Effect.
Oh, shut up.
We
How are you
get
going to make
double
me choose?
BioWare in this category.
Ugh.
'Cause
Please
I
tell me
had-
Garrus is on the list here somewhere too. Please
No
tell me.
comment.
He's still my beating heart.
I will say I took 2 characters from every single game, and it is not who you would expect in most of them.
Ooh la la.
We get Nora from Fields of Mystria. She's
Yeah, that's
everybody's mommy, very
Yep.
business savvy, and is willing to clean up, make sure everything's nice and spick and span.
Yep.
She seems like she would flick my balls, and that might do it for you, but it won't do it for me.
She would ask you first though.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
She 100% ask you before flicking your balls.
Sweetie, would you like me to flick
I
your
could-
balls?
I could make a polite and graceful exit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always an out with her.
Yeah. I just wish that she was romanceable, but sadly she is already married. Not
with that attitude.
I
she
know,
isn't.
right? All right.
There's gotta be a home wrecker mod for Stardew Valley.
There
where
really
you
needs
date
to
Robin.
Robin is pretty top.
Mint from Potionomics has 100% has read the fanfic of Clippy.
Yeah.
Is the perfect switch,
Mm-hmm.
and is just
Got
kind of new
switch
to this
energy.
whole thing.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
kind of really solid
Uh-huh.
vibes on this one.
I feel like I know this person.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see where the rest. All right. Trask from Knights of the Old Republic.
Oh God.
He is. He
What's
is your
up,
daddy
Trask?
and also your savior. He brings
Yeah,
you
he is.
blaster in bed.
Yep.
He is perfectly willing to sacrifice himself for you.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he is. Oh man.
And I feel like we need justice for Trask.
Listen, this is a tough decision, okay? I want justice for Trask.
And then finally, we get Rex.
Yes.
Wants to sire
Daddy
an
Rex.
entire planet.
Yes, he fucking does.
Has a redundant organ system. And is old enough to be your daddy several times over.
I
He is
mean,
old enough to be your daddy several times removed.
yeah. He's the ultimate daddy. I get that.
Yeah.
And like in so many
In
ways.
so many ways.
Man. This is a tough decision. This is really hard.
You know what I mean? It's like, I abstain. This is not my game.
Yeah. So we got Rex, we got Trask.
I know.
We got Nora. And who else was there? Oh god. I can't remember who else it was. Hang on. It was Mint.
Yeah.
I feel like the ones I forget are the definite ones that are not making it through. Even though Mint
Oh yeah,
definitely
objectively,
fits-
oh yeah, hell yeah. But
objectively fits a niche there.
yes, of course. It's
And that's
Man,
my niche.
Yeah.
that's fair.
Like
Is
a
that how your
pin
vote
behind,
is?
pin the arms behind the back, kind of like a kind of deal, you know?
Yeah. It's solid. Mint is great.
But
Okay.
Rex is like
We got
big
votes
daddy
for
energy.
Mint. We got 2 votes for Mint in the chat.
Oh man.
Seems like Mass Effect might be cutting out.
Mass Effect is my weak spot, okay? It's Mass Effect and Dragon Age. It's like
Oh, okay.
I'm just...
Sorry. Poi did not vote. She did abstain. She did rescind her vote.
Mhm.
So it's 1 vote for
Sometimes you
Mint.
just want to be massive in your act.
All right, we got a vote in chat for Mint. Will, are you casting your vote for Mint? Because it seems like
Mint.
you're casting your vote.
Mint.
Mint.
Mhm.
All right. That leaves
To quote
Rachel.
Aerosmith, Bragdoll living in a movie.
Yeah. Rachel, are you casting your vote for Rex or Trask?
Man, I'm voting for Rex. I'm voting. Okay, Rex officially. Yes,
That is fair enough. I am also
Yeah.
voting for Mint.
that's fair. Yeah, listen.
Mint fits my niche perfectly.
Mhm.
And that is great. That
Quote
guy looks like the
Aerosmith.
one from Lilo and Stitch. Yes, Rex does look like the guy from Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, did not think that Mint was gonna take the category on that one, but Mint had to come back on the like. All I need is a shot of Mint, and I'm good. I
We're
know
just setting
exactly
up
what's going
like
on.
we're setting up like a wrestling federation to come in, be like, oh yeah, we are the rejected hotties.
We are the rejected hotties. It's fucking Trask and Rex and fucking Roxanne and Clank just all coming in. All right, next. I'm really glad we got to this category because it has some Dragon Age Veilguard in here. We get
Ooh.
Sunder from
Oh,
Boyfriend
no.
Dungeon, the Purple Power Wash Simulator, and Aiko from Honey Pop, and Solus from
man.
Dragon Age Veilguard.
You're pitting Sunder against Solus. What are you doing to me right now?
I want to point it out, I did not choose these categories. This was randomly generated in an optimal way to make you suffer.
You've nailed it. Congrats. No notes.
Yeah, Mint needs a shot of me, definitely. All right, we already instantly got our vote cast for Aiko. I'm
Show
going
me the
to
money.
set up.
Let's go through it.
All right.
Make Rachel suffer.
I'm gonna
Let's go.
start off with the Purple Power Wash Simulator. Everyone knows that the Purple Power Wash Simulator is a game about making the muns, being clean, and just getting some good dates out of it.
Yep.
You're constantly
nailed
on
it.
your phone, getting hit up by people. It's exactly what it is. You clean up their house and then you go inside and bang their wife. That's what's going on. And the Purple Power Wash Simulator accomplishes that.
Oh yeah, the purple power washer fucks.
Yeah.
Like, let's be fair. Yeah.
Solus from Dragon Age Veilguard. Look at that man.
Okay. So
Wants
like,
to
okay,
destroy
here.
the
Oh, wait.
world.
Now here's the thing though, because we're talking Solus from Veilguard specifically, not Solus from Inquisition.
I specifically chose Veilguard for its recency. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Because those are two different votes
Solus and
potentially.
Inquisition is like optimum twink right until the very end.
Yeah, of course, until his DLC, and then
Yeah.
it's all goes to shit. But
Yeah.
like, oh man. Okay, let's continue on.
All right.
I have thoughts.
We have
Lots of
Aiko
feelings.
from Honey Pop.
I never thought I'd say this, but okay, bald man, move on.
Aiko from
Bald
Honey
elf.
Pop will keep you late after class, loves to gamble, and just chill to be chill. You know, if you want to date one of the other guys, that's perfectly fine. You want to invite maybe Sunder in to the thing? She's down for it. Sunder, he cuts pretty deep. Party boy.
Such a bad boy.
He's probably not listening to you at all.
No, I don't care. He's such a fuck boy. I hate it, but I love it.
I love the conflict in your voice of like, I shouldn't like it, but I do.
Listen, sometimes you just need a fuck boy. Okay, that's just how it is.
You'd better have
You
the
don't-
bad daddy from fucking Dream Daddy in here.
Fuck it better.
Maybe.
Or the bear.
Look,
Anyway.
all I'm gonna say is, Aiko. She looks like she likes sucking your dick.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at
There's no
Sunder.
way around it.
Sunder looks like he would suck your dick too.
He'd suck your dick, but he's gonna be sassy about it. Aiko just wants
Yeah,
it.
he is.
Aiko just wants it.
See, Sunder, it's for him. Aiko, it's for both of you.
Yeah.
Aiko, it's about letting loose. You know?
No, I want Sunder to fuck me
Sunder-
up.
We can agree to disagree.
That's fair.
All right.
I'm
we
here
got
for a good
vote
time,
for
not a long
Sunder In
time.
the chat, we got Rachel's vote.
Yeah,
Sunder
Sunder.
or Solus.
It's gonna be Sunder.
It's gonna be Sunder. All right.
Yeah.
Will, you're going Aiko.
Yeah, I think I'm.
All
We
right,
had a
got-
pre-vote. I'm not alone.
Bald guy looks like Dean Pelton. I don't even know who that is.
Oh my god.
Oh, we
Okay,
got a
Dean
tie
Pelton can
then.
fucking get it.
Fuck. Will's going Aiko. Poi's going Aiko. Ash is going Sunder. Rachel's going
No,
Sunder.
no, no. I'm going Dean Pelton.
Oh, you're going Dean Pelton? Okay, then we got a spread here, and that's perfectly
You're voting for
fine.
Solus?
No, no, no. Look at the Dean Pelton two-gender Halloween costume.
Oh god, okay.
I swear. Google it.
Okay, what is this? Dean Pelton, two gender Halloween costume?
Oh. Alright.
What am I looking at here?
That's a thing.
What am I? Okay. Okay. I'm seeing the vibe. I'm
Yep.
seeing the vibe.
Alright. But that's not the Solus vibe,
That
unfortunately.
is, yeah, that is not the
That
Solus
is
vibe.
absolutely
No.
not the Solus
And
vibe.
that's why I'm not voting Solus.
Totally fair.
Okay, so Will, who are you casting your vote for?
I'm sorry. Solus looks like he's Bernie Sanders going like, my name is Bernie Sanders and I am asking you
I'm
today.
once again asking you for your money. I'm once again asking you for your support.
And once again asking you to let me tear the fucking veil down. Just because it's going to kill everyone in the entire realm, it doesn't fucking matter. It needs to go.
Oh, we slipped the Clyde on that one. All right, all
It's
right.
like it's like the bit with Bernie Sanders with the bird landing at his podium, but it's just some squelchy green thing.
All right, so that's a 2 for Aiko, 2 for Sunder, or are you going for Bernie Sanders, Dean Pelton? Will.
Okay, what do I need to sell you on?
And I don't want to be the tiebreaker on this one.
What?
I feel like I'm the top in the crowd. So to ye bottoms in the crowd, I would say this. What if she sat on you a little? Just a little.
Something that she would probably be down for. Yes.
But she's like, she's too little. I don't like little. No.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I don't like little. Typically.
In my case, I am also putting in the vote for Aiko.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look, I have a type. You will learn it over the course of this.
Believe me, I'm seeing the numbers at the end here, and I'm like, ooh, buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm picking up a
moving
foot
on.
down.
All right. Let's see.
Listen, I've
Also,
listened to your
I didn't want it
podcast.
to
I
be
put it on
all
YouTube.
fucking. Look at the categories so far.
Wild.
Look at the
This
categories
is
so
wild.
far. We got Daddy,
Yeah.
fucking Twink
Uh-huh.
Daddy, Twink
Uh-huh.
Daddy.
We have types, guys.
We clearly have types, and I just wanted to balance out the typing in the quarterfinals here a little bit.
This sounds like the sort of thing you hear in like a summer camp dining hall, like twink daddy daddy twink twink daddy twink daddy.
Twink Daddy Daddy is definitely a game that was played at summer camp.
Yeah, it's like
all
Duck
right.
Duck Goose, but it's Twink Daddy Daddy.
Yeah, Twink Daddy Daddy was definitely it. All right,
Yep.
we're gonna take another ad break, and when we come back, we're gonna go to our next story. So be sure to tune in for that. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to swap to another story again. We have a very great selection to go here. We have Bagged by the Groceries, Corn Daddy, and Seduced by the Pumpkin Spice Latte. Rachel has lovingly cast her vote for Seduced by the Pumpkin Spice Latte, which honestly, of the three, sounds the tamest. So I'm also kind of inclined to put my vote there.
I mean, they're all tame in their own kind of way, I'll say.
I don't want to know what Corn Daddy's doing.
You know what? It's funny because I actually picked the part of Corn Daddy that's the least offensive.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
That's good
it
to
gets
know.
way worse, but
Oh, that's good to know.
you know, I really wanted to set the stage for it, so
Yeah.
it's just a
Yeah,
part
yeah.
of the story. I didn't want to actually get you banned. I just, you know.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I appreciate the thought on that. I too
I'm
don't
helping.
want to be banned. This is my one hobby. Let me have this. Okay, well, in that case, I feel like we're pretty safe to go for pumpkin spice latte. Let's go, pumpkin spice latte.
How do you feel about pumpkin spice lattes?
I don't like pumpkin. I'm throwing it out there. I don't.
Okay,
like
but
pumpkin.
now they're pumpkin spice lattes. They're not pumpkin flavored. They're pumpkin spice
I also
flavored.
have never had a coffee drink or coffee adjacent drink that I've actually enjoyed.
Oh, dang. How do you feel about cinnamon?
I like cinnamon. Cinnamon's good.
Okay. Like the cinnamon nutmeg.
Yeah, cinnamon nutmeg
Flavors.
mix. That's
Yeah.
perfectly fine.
That's what pumpkin spice latte is.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, and you can get them.
Yeah.
I don't want to push my agenda here, but you can get them non-caffeinated.
It's not the
Oh,
caffeine
man.
part. It's purely just.
I used to get the the pumpkin spice hot chocolate.
Uh-huh.
The thing about pumpkin spice, it is not a pumpkin spice. It is the way a pumpkin is spiced.
Yes. Yeah, that does make sense.
But as such, just like a pumpkin pie, like some whipped cream on it.
Oh yeah, so good.
But yeah,
Use,
every,
like, a little
every
spoon or
coffee
something, mix
adjacent
it in.
beverage tastes burnt to me. Every time I've
Yeah.
had it, I know everyone's gonna say you just had bad stuff. Every single time I've had it, even cold brew, always tastes burnt to me. Don't know why.
My condolences.
I know, right? It's awful. Just imagine.
I
You know what
also
that-
used
What that tells me is like that's the thing. That is the singular part of coffee I love the best. Is that what you call burnt? And it's the same way some people will be like, "Oh, I hate Guinness. It tastes like you're just drinking a slice of bread." And it's like, no, that's why I love it.
Yeah.
That's the
like-
point of it. Yeah.
Yeah, like if burnt is what you want, by all means, go for it.
But we gotta justify people not wanting burnt,
Yeah. No, we don't need to justify shit.
Here's the thing: if there's enough cinnamon in it, you can convince me of pretty much anything.
That is true. That is true. If there's enough cinnamon in it, I'll take pretty much anything. I'm not a big drinker, but Fireball whiskey, man.
Oh, fucking love Fireball. Terrible.
So
My youth
bad.
was destroyed by Fireball.
So bad.
Fireball and root beer when we were kids. It was good.
Oh, God.
Kids, I was of legal drinking age, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah, of
As
course,
a
of
responsible
course.
adult.
We're
And I do
Canadian,
not condone
and,
drinking.
Yeah. I do love the Canadian drinking age because it seems so much more realistic. Like, I'm sorry, you're 21, you haven't had a beer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
It
like
does
18
feel a
in
little bit
Quebec.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're 18. Yeah, you're an adult. We'll let you vote, but like, stay on your leash a little bit.
But hey, here's a car that you can drive at 16
Yeah.
and destroy someone's life. No big
Yeah.
deal.
You can go
I
to
looked
war at
older than
18
I
with no
was.
alcohol. Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I looked older than I was, so we used to go to bars, and the first time I ever got carded in my life was the day I turned 19 when I went to the Lick Bow to get
nice.
some beer.
Ooh. Actually, do you know what? Speaking of Fireball, the day I turned 19, I went to the liquor store to buy a Fireball. And I was living in Prince Edward Island at the time. And they did not ID me at all. And
I'm
I was
not
very
surprised.
sour.
They were just
Oh,
happy
man.
to have the sale.
Yeah, I guess so.
There's this, I forget who I was talking to, but someone new backdrafts like grungy place in like South London.
Oh
But
yeah.
I was in a summer course and I had lost touch with a lot of my high school friends because, to be honest, sometimes there's just shit you gotta grow past,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And like, so I'm there in this summer course with almost exclusively mature students, and then this one woman who's like 40 is like, "Oh yeah, let's go to this place that like I always go to." It was literally like unlikely but best future sort of thing. I would never go back in time and change it.
Yeah.
Best shit. This shitty little place, they got you what you wanted.
Mhm.
Everyone knew everyone, and so they were straight up like, "Oh yeah, you're turning like 19. Yeah, we'll cover you." And I was like, "Okay, I can drink a lot though. How about like 3 beers?" They're like,
Yeah.
"Okay, 3 beers," and then I drank through them and paid for the rest. Right? Where it's like,
Yeah.
"No, I drink a lot, buddy."
That only just started to dull the back pain. Let's go.
But then because of that, it's like I'm coming out of like full credit summer sociology course because I need my breadth requirements. And then like all but these dudes are like, "Hey, you don't care, Lene, let's get drunk." Fucking great time.
All right. Let's start with some pumpkin spice.
Let's start with some pumpkin spice.
Melissa opened her eyes slowly, not sure why she was awake. She'd woken up unassisted at. She looked at her phone on the bedside table. 6:23 a.m. No alarm, no noise, nothing. She rolled over, slightly grumpy that she wouldn't get to sleep until her usual 7:30. But then she realized what day it was. It was the first day that pumpkin spice lattes were available at Starbucks. You went through the effort of
Starbucks.
changing it. I'm going to use it.
Thank you.
Her body must have known that it was the most wonderful day of the year and had woken her up early. She could almost feel the cravings working their way through her whole body, from her mouth down through the rest of her. Yes, Melissa whispered to herself, still under the covers. Pumpkin spice lattes were just about her favorite thing in the world, right after Taylor Swift, brunch, and braids she learned about on Pinterest. And Pinterest. In any event.
I feel like I am encapsulated in a very specific moment in time.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, you 100% are.
Yeah.
Back when Pinterest was relevant.
All right, says people who don't bake bread. Jeez.
I did bake bread. I did my time in COVID.
Listen, some of us had to work during COVID.
4 years gluten-free. I baked the worst gluten-free bread imaginable and then fed it to people as they tried to smile through it.
So this happened before the pandemic. I'm not sure if you were there, Ken. I'm sure you were. This is the weird cracker bread moment. Do you remember it?
Weird cracker bread. Maybe?
All right. So I was getting really into bread making before the pandemic. Trailblazer. I know.
Yeah.
And
Wild. Ahead of your time.
yeah, exactly. And I knew a lot of people who were like vegan and gluten free and stuff like that. And I was like, aha, a challenge. So I managed to get like xanthan gum from the local market and stuff like that. And I was like, aha, I'm making these fun little breads. And it was so good. There were so many breads, so many fancy breads. I went to like events with people. I would make them bread. There was someone who was like really, really dietary restricted.
That was probably
who
me.
often wasn't included in these things. It actually wasn't you, it was someone else.
Oh, nice.
And I got to give her a loaf of bread. And she was like, hell yeah. And she double checked. She was like, this doesn't have this, it doesn't have this, it doesn't. And it's like, yep, and this is how I substituted this is how I did that. Great times. And then I'm running this tabletop game and I'm at the top of my bread game. And I'm going, okay, I've got my starter. Got all this. I'm going to do a fun little game for all my friends where back when I used to do a lot more in-person D&D, we're going to all make custom bread loaves and it's going to be great. Unbeknownst to me, my sourdough starter had died.
No.
So come mid-game, I take out these palpably sour crackers,
Ooh.
I was
less
not
than
there
a
for that.
centimeter thick, throughout.
You
Oh
hate to
boy,
see
yeah,
it.
you went to culinary school for pastries, so you know all about bread too. You're the champion of bread. All right.
And I don't. So we have a breadth of perspectives here.
Yeah, yeah. In
Okay,
any
where
event,
were we?
Melissa loved
Pumpkin
her
spice.
pumpkin spice latte, and she was ready to get her fall on, even though it was only early September. It was still like 70 degrees out. She ran her hands along her body, enjoying her own naked form that would soon be enjoying the hot, delicious taste of a pumpkin spice latte. The anticipation she felt was almost like the kind she got when she saw a really attractive person. She could feel the desire pulsing through her veins. Melissa jumped out of bed, slipped on her Ugg boots, which she preferred to slippers, and walked over to her closet. She needed to look over. She needed to look good for her first pumpkin spice latte. She selected.
I remember it being PSL. Those were the days.
Yeah.
The PSL.
The PSL days. She selected a pair of yoga pants, some cute sneakers, an oversized tee, layered with another oversized tee, a cardigan, and 3 different scarves. Lady is a hodgepodge.
Stylish.
Very stylish, but a hodgepodge.
And like the toque that's a little off the head, so it has that little bump.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the,
Like that guy
the
from
slouchy.
The Simpsons?
Yeah, slouchy hat.
Fall is all about layers and pumpkin spice lattes, and Melissa was stoked about both. She threw her shimmering auburn hair into a messy bun since she didn't have time to try a Pinterest braid, whipped up some mascara and lip gloss, and grabbed her handbag. It was time to get a pumpkin spice latte. When Melissa got to Starbucks, there was a little bit of a line, but it wasn't too bad. She toyed with her phone as she waited to get that hot, creamy deliciousness in her mouth. Several of her friends had already awake and posting Facebook statuses about how they want to get their hands on a pumpkin spice latte, but they were probably all still in bed. Melissa was the only one who was actually about to enjoy her first pumpkin spice latte of the season, and she almost couldn't bear it. And
Exclusive
we'll go to
in
Rachel.
it.
Finally, she reached the front of the line where the pretty girl with the jet black hair and the Starbucks uniform said, "Good morning, what can I get you?" But before she could even finish, Melissa blurted out, "A venti pumpkin spice latte with extra whipped cream." The Starbucks girl laughed and said, "Sounds like you've been pretty excited about the pumpkin spice latte being back," and smiled at Melissa. She dropped her voice a little low so the guy behind Melissa couldn't hear her. "I'm pretty excited about it too. I think they're one of the sexiest drinks we sell." And then she winked. Was the Starbucks girl trying to flirt with her? I mean, probably she was. But that was totally flattering because the Starbucks girl was totally cute in like a goth way. But Melissa had just gotten out of a relationship and it wasn't really the right time for her. "I'm very flattered, but I'm not interested in dating anyone right now," Melissa said in the gentlest voice she could muster. The Starbucks girl smiled. "Oh, I wasn't trying to flirt with you. I was trying to tell you about how sexy PSLs are." And she winked again? "But you are super cute. Come back when you're feeling like dating someone again and we can talk then." Melissa was a little confused, so she just handed over her Starbucks card and let the pretty lesbian swipe it. "Thanks, Melissa," the girl said, and Melissa nodded. She moved to the area where she could wait for her drink and then went back on her phone. "Melissa?" a voice called out a moment. After a moment, Melissa looked up and there it was, her first pumpkin spice latte of the season. It looked so perfect and beautiful, covered in luscious whipped cream, steaming hot, just waiting for her to put her lips to the rim and drink it in. "Thank you so much," Melissa said to the cute guy with an afro. "Why were all these Starbucks employees so attractive?" And he handed her the drink. As she took the drink, she could feel the warmth travel through her body. It was almost like she was holding hands with a really hot person, or looking at a picture of Channing Tatum and or his wife, Jenna Dewan Tatum. She felt a throb in her body that was undeniable. Was she into this pumpkin spice latte? Like, sexually? I'm gonna pass it off to Will.
I just also really enjoy
Was she?
the random just like insertion of just like she thanked this lesbian and went along her way.
Mhm.
Thank you, kind lesbian goth lady.
Thank you, kind lesbian, for the pumpkin spice latte. Positively orgasmic.
Hip chip cheerio.
I could tell, for she wore an emblem of lesbia.
Lesbiana.
She pushed the notion out of her mind. That was silly. You couldn't have sex with a Starbucks drinker, could you? You couldn't. Melissa looked around for a table where she could enjoy her pumpkin spice a latte properly. Since it was on the early side, the Starbucks was fairly empty, and she saw the cute Afrigoy gesturing to the stairs on the side of the room. Oh right, the Starbucks had an upstairs that people always forgot about. It has some great sunlight and some wonderful big armchairs that Melissa liked to sit in and read. She made her way up to the stairs, careful not to tip the PSL too much and lose any of the whipped cream. She had not even had a taste, and the anticipation was killing her. She could feel tingles all throughout her body, sending little shocks of electricity to her nipples. Ooh, her nipples? Oh my god. Melissa Brewer, you cannot be attracted to a pumpkin spice latte. That doesn't make sense. She reprimanded herself, but she could feel it. Her body wanted that pumpkin spice latte and not just drink. Melissa found her favorite chair, a large purple one, and sat down. She had her handbag next to her on the floor and cupped the pumpkin spice latte in both hands. What is this feeling? She said out loud. What is this feeling? And then this wave of desire flowed over her entire body, and she finally put her lips to the pumpkin spice latte cup. It was unlike anything she'd ever tasted. Briefly, LPDE plastic. And then, she'd had PSLs before, but sure, this one was different somehow. She let the whipped cream cover her mouth, licking it off sensuously as the cream spread across her lips. And then the hot liquid took over, almost burning her. But not quite, as she took a tiny sip as the hot milky stuff ran down her throat, and then she let out a small moan. Melissa looked around. No one was in this part of the Starbucks. She was all alone with her pumpkin spice latte, and she moved in for another sip. Her left hand drifted down to her breast, pinching her nipple through the layers of her cardigan and 2 oversized tees. She felt her nipple stiffen as she played with it, sipping the pumpkin spice latte again. She put a lip on the pumpkin spice latte so she wouldn't be too tempted to gulp it all down at once, even though she seemed like, even though she wanted it inside her so badly. Ken?
Damn you. Alright. I will say, very strange not to be concerned about cameras in a situation like this, but alright. Alright. Fair enough. And clearly, it's because this pumpkin spice latte was made by a lesbian that she's having such feelings.
It wasn't made by the lesbian. It was.
That's true.
Her order was taken by the lesbian.
That's
the
true. Her
drink was
order
made by the
taken
Afro guy.
That's very, very true. It is not a small Starbucks. They have multiple people working there.
Correct.
Mm.
Yep.
It's the chain.
Yeah. The cup of the pumpkin spice latte was so warm in her mouth that she wanted to see what it felt like on other parts of her. She brought the cup down to her breasts, felt the warmth between them, letting the pumpkin spice aroma float up and envelop her nostrils. The pumpkin spice latte was almost moving of its own volition now, with Melissa just acting as a vessel for the sexual pleasure it was bringing her. The pumpkin spice latte moved to her right breast, massaging her with the hot cup. A small bit of pumpkin spice latte spilled out of the small hole in the lid and caught Melissa's oversized teeth, but she didn't mind. It felt kind of good, almost too hot, but not quite, and creamy. A pumpkin spice latte. What's that? Alright. The pumpkin spice latte made its way down her body, caressing her belly, and finally reaching the waistband of her yoga pants. Melissa looked around again.
Of course.
Still no one. I am concerned what she's going to do with this pumpkin spice latte.
You need to keep reading. You'll find out.
Still no one. I keep picturing all of this with like someone actually sitting in the corner just looking at her like, fuck?
It's like one of those movie takes, and then it like breaks the fourth wall almost.
Yeah, it breaks the fourth wall just to be like, this is weird.
What the
Everyone
fuck?
can confirm that this is weird.
Oh man.
But you go back in, and it's like this soft music is
Yeah,
playing,
yeah,
like
you
the
go back
smooth
in,
jazz
soft
kind of,
music
yeah.
playing, everything. It has
light
like
kinda
a
dims.
fucking Vaseline on the film lens.
Mm-hmm. You got it.
I
You pick
will
up the
say,
vibes.
there's this thing that, not to be like edgelordy, but like the CIA calls it the gray man. But it's basically like being boring as shit so that nobody notices you're there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
And like, I'm not a super social person. I'm on or I'm off, you know, generally.
Yeah.
And so like, more often than not, I tend to keep to myself. But because of that, like, I'll tuck in a corner. I won't make much fuss. People don't know I'm there. And it's surprising the amount of stuff that like you see when people have no idea a human being is where you are.
Oh yeah, it's wild. In my first few years of university, I was a person that a lot of people knew, but no one knew my name. Like if they asked me about something in class, I would answer them. I would help them with their homework and stuff like that. They never asked me my name. They never knew my name.
And then it got weird because then they couldn't ask you, right?
Well, they just kept coming up and being like, "Hey, so about this." But yeah, after a while, they did get weird and stopped talking to me. Mostly probably because they didn't know my fucking name. But yeah, I am the embodiment of the gray man when I'm out and about. This is my social space. Outside there, completely indistinguishable.
I want to say that both of you, sorry, I guess neither of you really evoke gray man energy.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
I'm not picking up the gray man vibes from you.
Yeah, which is hilarious.
Yeah,
Like,
it's very funny.
You haven't seen my social awkwardness when I'm in person.
That's
You
right. I
haven't
only
seen
know
my
both of you
sheer
digital.
power in a lobby.
It's true.
We'll have to meet up in a lobby someday and see who can out gray man themselves.
Yeah, exactly. See who
Yeah.
gets looked at the most.
Yeah,
See who
I'm
gets
gonna lose.
acknowledged
That's
for their
fine.
existence.
You would weep.
Okay, the
weep
winner is
to
if we
see
go
how
into a
gently I
Starbucks.
tap my keys.
Yeah. The winner is who can go into a Starbucks and get someone to sit across from them and not realize that the table was taken.
Ooh,
That's
That's
the
I like this
winner.
challenge.
That's
More
the
than
winner
once.
of this.
More than once.
Yeah. Still no one. And it didn't sound like much was going on downstairs. That's because everyone is looking at the security cameras going, damn! Was she really going to do this? Was she really going to have sex with a pumpkin spice latte in a Starbucks? As though in response, her hand moved through the waistband of her yoga pants to her wet, waiting happy place. Ready for her fingers, warmed by the pumpkin spice latte. To stroke gently, the pumpkin spice latte remained on the outside of her yoga pants, warming herself through the cardboard cup, sending the scent of fall through the entire room. Melissa stroked herself as the pumpkin spice latte. Wait, what? Did I miss something?
I was just saying fall,
Fall.
autumn vibes,
Lovely, lovely vibes.
hazelnuts and such.
Orgasms.
Orgasms. Everyone knows that fall is synonymous with orgasms.
Yes, 100%.
Melissa stroked herself as the pumpkin spice latte moved up and down her body, this time splashing a little bit of itself on every part of her. She took another sip from the cup as she worked her fingers on her happy place, feeling the warm liquid move through her from her mouth as zaps of pleasure moved through her in other directions. She stroked her happy place more intensely as she drained the last of the pumpkin spice latte, feeling herself getting closer and closer to her release. As she took a final sip, she felt the waves of pleasure overtake her, and had one of the best orgasms she'd ever experienced. She let out a cry. She couldn't help it, as her body bucked and writhed in the purple armchair. When it was over, she looked at the cup in her hand. She'd crushed it completely, used it up, and now the pumpkin spice latte was inside her, part of her now. Melissa looked around, suddenly worried that someone was watching her, and it turned out that someone was. It was the two hot employees from earlier, the goth girl and the guy with the afro. They were standing at the top of the stairs, watching her with curiosity, both holding pumpkin spice lattes in both their hands. All right, Rachel, you can take over from here.
My God! Melissa shrieked as reflex tossed the used pumpkin spice latte cup away from her. I had no idea. I didn't. This isn't. Melissa stammered as she tried to find the words to explain how she'd been overcome with desire by the pumpkin spice latte. The pretty goth girl walked over to Melissa, set one of her PSLs down on the little table next to the purple chair, and stroked Melissa's hair gently. Don't worry, she said. We understand. The guy loped over as well and stood on Melissa's other side. We knew you were something special when you walked in earlier. He stroked her cheek with the warm outside of the pumpkin spice latte he had in his left hand.
Bad touch.
You're not going to kick me out for having sex with a pumpkin spice latte in your Starbies? Melissa had never been so relieved. The goth girl smiled. She had a stunning smile, ringed by a beautiful shade of eggplant lipstick. Melissa couldn't take her eyes off of her mouth until her eyes traveled down and realized that the goth girl also had a rocking pair of breasts. And then Melissa's gaze traveled to the goth girl's hand, which was still holding one of the pumpkin spice lattes. How did Melissa know that this was what was in the cups that they were holding? She just knew. She could tell a PSL from 10 paces. The guy with the afro was still stroking her with a PSL on her right side. She turned to look at him as he moved the cup down her face, over her neck, and down to her breasts. He was also incredibly attractive and had long, lanky limbs that Melissa suddenly wanted to touch. She started to feel the desire travel through her body again. The combination of the aroma of the pumpkin spice latte and these two hot people was more than she could stand. She let out a moan, unable to stop herself. Yes, the goth girl said. We know. We're like you, Melissa.
One of us.
All right, Will, take it away.
Invasion of the body snatchers ass shit going on here.
How did you? Melissa was shocked and aroused to hear her name come out of the goth girl's mouth. You gave me your name when you ordered the drink, silly, the goth girl whispered, her mouth just inches from Melissa's ear as she caressed Melissa's breast with the pumpkin spice latte. Same hand or both?
No,
is it the other?
The pumpkin spice latte in her hand.
Yeah, with
I'm
it in her hand.
The same hand.
Okay,
so
it's
just literally
like
just running the cup.
Yep. Well, that's what the other
It's
guy's
like-
doing too.
Yeah.
They're both running their cup all in her
Running
face.
the cup until
Okay,
the cup runneth
it's-
over.
Yep.
It's like a bumping agent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, where was I? Right, with the pumpkin spice latte in her hand, Melissa turned her face and kissed the goth girl right on the mouth, right there.
Right in the mouth.
Waiting briefly, she'd spoiled the beautiful eggplant lipstick, but when her lips hit the goth girl's soft mouth, all worries disappeared like sugar in a hot cup of coffee. Melissa explored the goth girl's mouth. Interesting. Maybe with like a little hat. With her tongue. As both of the Starbucks employees moved the pumpkin spice lattes up and down her body. She felt a small splash, just a small one, as the guy with the afro poured a tiny bit of the hot liquid onto her chest. Oh, that's good, Melissa breathed, pulling away momentarily from the kiss with the goth girl. And then she was kissing the guy with the afro, whose lips were just as soft and kissable as his co-workers. The goth girl moved like one of her pumpkin spice lattes down like between Melissa's legs, and then she'd feel herself getting even like more wet than before, parentheses coffee, if that was possible. The girl poured one of the possible girls poured a little bit of the pumpkin spice latte on. Okay, it was the other girl, Melissa's yoga pants, and Melissa cried out in ecstasy. Yeah. Melissa took off her scarves, her cardigan, her 2 oversized tees. Sorry, I should do this more slow. Melissa took off.
No,
her
you don't need to
scarves,
do this more slowly, Will.
her cardigan, her oversized tee,
Treat it like an Oxford.
her oversized tee. Wanting the pumpkin spice lattes and the 2 employees to have as much access to her body as possible. The goth girl took a sip of one of the pumpkin spice lattes, swishing it around in her mouth before diving for Melissa's nipple. She could feel the pleasant suction of the goth girl's beautiful mouth on her breast, as well as the hot creaminess of the pumpkin spice latte dribbling down her body as the goth girl looked. No! Next!
Alright, I got this.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah.
We can, I think as a stream, we can all say those words collectively in sequence.
You can't.
It can't be too many per person.
I just really love the escalation of this story from the perspective of someone who just got their fucking coffee and is going up the stairs, and it's just like, it is the epitome of that one cat in overalls doing what the fuck they doing over there.
This is there's definitely someone sitting in a cuck chair in the corner just watching this unfold. Yeah,
There's definitely a cuck chair going on here.
100% cuck chair. Every Starbucks has one.
Every Starbucks has it.
Yep.
It's right next to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
The guy with the afro slipped his hand beneath Melissa's yoga pants, just as she herself had done only a few minutes ago. But his hands were large and strong, and his fingers also long and flexible.
Good.
I fucked that up, but it's fine.
Cool. Roll with it.
Yep. He's got very long hands.
He's a very lanky fellow.
Lanky fellow. That's how he was described.
Mm-hmm.
And when he touched her happy place, it was as incredible as sipping a pumpkin spice latte for the very first time. As he stroked her, he took a sip of the pumpkin spice latte he had.
I remember my first time.
Your first pumpkin spice latte?
Yeah.
Was it a good time? Was it orgasmic?
It was the downtown Starbucks.
Oh, the one
If I
that no
remember
longer
correctly.
exists?
Yep. The one that's now like, I think it used to be a miscellaneous bagel place.
Yep.
I'm not sure if it still is or not.
I don't think it is. I think it
But
is.
yeah, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I had them for a couple weeks, and then it burnt me out.
Yeah.
Rip.
As he
Anyways,
stroked her, he took
latte.
a sip of the pumpkin spice latte he had in his other hand, and he moved to kiss her on the mouth. The cinnamon spiciness mingled on her taste buds with his distinct taste, and she kissed him long and hard as his fingers worked their magic on her swollen happy place. That use
This
of happy
feels
place is
like-
amazing. I love it.
This feels like a very leaky, squelchy process.
Yeah.
Sip.
Again.
It's not as
Yeah.
it's not as squelchy as like whatever Clippy had going on, but it
Clippy
is. There's a
definitely-
lot
there
of
were sound
fluids.
effects for Clippy.
Yeah, the slurp, slurp, slurp.
That was a very awkward read. I wasn't happy with that.
I'll try harder next time.
There's just sound effects in anything. It's so awkward.
It seems like these sexual onomatopoeias are too much for you. Would you like help with that?
Slurp.
All right. She could feel herself starting to climax once more, with the 2 hot employees' hands and mouths in pumpkin spice lattes covering what seemed like her entire body. She's just covered in coffee at this point.
And sticky.
And sticky, so sticky. Melissa whispered, "I'm coming." And both the goth girl and the guy with the afro emptied their entire pumpkin spice lattes onto Melissa's writhing body.
Hot.
That's when they do the redeem.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm gonna do the hydrate redeem to show everyone what's going on here. Just so everyone's aware of what's happening. There we go. That's yes. Fill me with your pumpkin spice latte. Durgar,
That
what did
seems
you
like a
walk
very
into?
good time to
You
pour
walked
the
into
wine.
something amazing. That's what you came in.
Actually, this probably is a good time to be like, okay, this is what you're walking into, just to be clear.
Just
Pumpkin
to be
spice
are-
sexual.
just to be clear, this woman has just realized that she's pumpkin spice sexual, and it's going great for her, honestly.
She's having a
However,
great time.
We're
Yeah.
deeply concerned that there is just going to be some guy in a chair watching the both of, like, all three of these people just go to town.
Mhm.
We, the
are reading
audience, are the
Smut with our
cops.
good friend.
Yes. As the hot liquid splashed her naked torso, the guy with the afro worked her happy place like no one ever had, and Melissa felt herself come with the force of a bolt of lightning.
Also, we did Twitch censor these, so it isn't necessarily a happy place, but
Yeah, you know what it is.
I do love the standardization where it's like,
Thank you.
happy place, happy place, happy place.
It's our happy place.
Honestly,
I
there
try
are
to pick something
probably a few
happy and
more.
place-like.
There are probably a few more that need happy places in here, but that's perfectly fine.
I got rid of the worst
Her
ones.
clunge,
Yeah.
her scrunch, her bimbly bumbly.
Fuck! Melissa cried, feeling the creamy pumpkin spice latte dribbling down her body, soaking her yoga pants, pooling in her belly. The goth girl brought her second pumpkin spice latte to Melissa's lips. Wait, she had a pumpkin spice latte in both hands?
Yeah, both of them had 2.
Oh, they were both double fisting pumpkin spice
Yeah,
lattes.
yeah.
Okay.
Lord,
This is a combo. This was like a 5 pumpkin spice latte situation, all said and
Jesus
done.
Christ.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Now take a sip. It'll be the most incredible sip of pumpkin spice latte you've ever tasted.
See, the thing is, that's the ultimate combat strategy because you don't know which PSL is attacking and which is defending at any given time.
Yeah. The goth girl was right. The sip of pumpkin spice latte made her come again. Almost as hard as the first time. It was the perfect blend of spice, cream, and fall flavors that Melissa just couldn't resist. She swirled the pumpkin spice latte in her mouth and looked at both of the Starbucks employees. Swallowing, Melissa said, What was that? The 2 employees smiled at each other. The goth girl took Melissa's hand. There are a certain few people we call pumpkin spice sexual. Oh my god, it's a thing! It's very rare.
It's a thing.
But Michael and I, she nodded at the guy with the fro, are 2 of them. And very good at spotting our kind. When you came in this morning, we knew right away you were one of us. But that you needed to discover it for yourself. That's why we let you upstairs. We actually made sure no one came up here, so you'd have enough time to figure it out. And we locked the door, so no one could come up here and join you. We locked the door so we could come up here and join you. The goth girl kissed Melissa again. She could
This is
still...
starting to feel a little weird.
Yeah.
This
is...
now it's weird?
Yeah, now this is weird, Will. Now
It's weird? The intent behind it makes it weird.
Well, no, it's just, I dare say it.
Look, it has the
It
same...
hints.
It has
It
the
hints.
same vibe of the couple that is in an open relationship and saw you across the room at the bar and just thinks you're really cool.
That is my
vibe.
thesis, yes.
It has that vibe,
Except with pumpkin spice lattes.
except with pumpkin spice lattes.
Mm-hmm.
Melissa, again, she could taste the pumpkin spice latte on her lips. Well, this is confusing, Melissa said honestly, but also that was the best orgasm I've ever had. So I guess I'm pumpkin spice sexual? Melissa shrugged. The 3 of them laughed. It takes a little getting used to, but we're happy to help you explore your new sexuality, Michael said. Oh, right, they did introduce them.
He does have a name.
Michael and I, yes. We still
Now
don't
he
know the
does.
goth lady's name though, right?
Don't know her name. That's
All
right.
We never find out goth lady's name. That's perfectly fine.
Yep, she's still goth girl.
Yep.
Drawing a finger down Melissa's still naked, still wet torso, Melissa grinned. That would be great. Same time tomorrow? Tomorrow, the goth girl said with mock horror. I was thinking I could make us another batch right now. Melissa smiled. That sounds great. Maybe we can try 6 pumpkin lattes this time. The end. Yeah, what happens when pumpkin spice latte season ends? It's a seriously
They
bad
train.
It's like fucking No Nut November on steroids.
This
They
is why
prepare for open season.
Why do you think the 2 Starbucks employees work at Starbucks?
Yeah.
It's because they have unfettered access to PSL all year round.
They
Let's
probably
be fair.
stockpile the pumpkin spice
Yes.
lattes in their house. Like, they go home
100%.
with it.
Yeah, they're
It's like a
rationing
duck
it.
blind.
Yeah. And those 3 people are now in a thruple, so
Yes,
like
they are now in a throuple.
they're gonna look after each other.
Yeah, they're doing great. She's gonna get a job. Wait, what was her job? Did she have a job? Did she just wake up and say fuck it?
We don't know her job is.
We don't know her job.
She just woke
Okay.
up and said fuck it. Yeah,
All right.
we don't have an
Believe
entire backstory.
I believe she had clothes and a goal.
Yeah. She
We
very
really
much had
focused on
clothes.
that's like this little vignette of her life, and
Yeah.
that's really what we yeah.
Well, that was fantastic. I was
Thank
very
you.
They could've
confused
just-
for a while. And also, I found the entire thing hilarious to picture with some
Yep.
guy from a cuck chair.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, she's way better
And
than most
then-
Facebook tryhards.
And then she went back to being a nuclear engineer. The end.
She's actually a rocket scientist.
She's gonna send pumpkin spice lattes into space.
Then all the pumpkin spice sexual aliens will come to Earth.
Clippy, the pumpkin spice sexual alien, will
No,
come.
Clippy's not an alien, remember?
Right, he's not an
He's
alien.
a sex robot.
Robot. Made by
Pumpkin
Micro
spice sex robot. Well, that was yeah.
I get to force
Bracket?
you through the tournament again now.
Well, so that was Seduced by the Pumpkin Spice Latte by Evelyn Cloves, hilariously. Yeah.
Evelyn Cloves.
Yep.
How fall themed.
Isn't it?
Oh.
She writes a lot of books about centaurs and cowboys.
Okay,
Oh.
that's fair. That's fair.
Mhm.
This was just kind of, I feel like writing a short story about pumpkin spice latte.
Yeah, this was actually out of like the stuff she usually writes. This is kind of out of the norm. So
Okay.
there you go.
Yeah, Poi doesn't like cloves. She used to smoke them as a kid.
It's very funny. I used to smoke clove cigarettes in university too, because I was one of those kids.
Yeah.
You know how it be.
All right. We
Oh,
have
bracket.
we have more people, and I love this. This category is great. One, because it has Roman from GTA 4, and 2, it has Sergio from Thirsty
Roman.
Suitors.
Robin!
So, I believe how it's pronounced, because it's Lovecraftian Cthulhu, and I saw it on the wiki page, is Neneha from Sucker for Love, and Zane from Love in Deep Space. He's coming after the pumpkin spice lattes.
Nice.
So I will give you the brief introduction to these characters. Let's see here. I will start with Zane from Love in Deep Space. The very bad sleeper. Will share his treats with you, and will also do your hair.
Oh, he seems lovely.
Yeah, we have Zane from Love in Deep Space.
Okay.
Lovely fella.
He's got vibes of that very first guy.
Yeah.
I know that it's like
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
feel like if Xavier was the second one I saw, I'd be like, okay, sure.
Yeah.
And then I'd give all my praise. Whereas now I'm like, okay, sure. He's like the other guy, but with like lightning, but it looks like it's not lightning color. Maybe it's like space lightning or dimension lightning. I don't know.
Yeah.
With the trees around him, sort of thing.
Yeah, the tree thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Tall, dark, and
But he
party
was
guy.
in One Direction, so
Yeah, so there's that in a boy band.
Makes sense.
And then we have Sergio from Thirsty Suitors. Loves to dance, piles on the love, and is kind of a
Right.
mommy's boy.
Yep. All right. I'm
I
picking
do
up what you're putting
like
down.
that he's slightly compressed.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate circumstance of the image that was used, and also transferring from one PowerPoint program to another PowerPoint program that would let me display this.
Well, you know what? I think it says something about him. I think it works. I think it says it.
Yeah.
It's giving me a point.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Got like Dorian vibes from Dragon Age.
Yes. Yes. Very much Dorian vibes.
Okay, cool.
If Dorian was a helpless mama's boy that seeked affirmation from everybody, that would be him.
Kind of on board with that.
Yeah. Well, next we have Roman, who's definitely not a mama's boy, but he does have his own business or had his own business. Very much an entrepreneur.
Yep.
Okay, Roman is not my type, but he's an inch away from basically me as a person. So I have to advocate for how undeniably sexual the man is. Oh my god.
But the main problem is he has a full head of hair. That's what's holding him back. He was bald?
Exactly. If he was bald, and if he knew a lot about rocks and soil, and could do math a little, and maybe owned a pickaxe, and
that's why he's pointing to his hair. Yes. Also, Poi does bring up a very good point that this tournament is optimized for the sexuality, which is basically all women and non-binary people, but picky about men. And that is for a very particular reason. Because when I was looking this up, it is very easy to find dating sims with a bunch of cute girls. It is, however, quite difficult to find them when they're of age. And I wanted that for this because I didn't want this to be creepy.
Fair.
It's not optimized, yes. So what that meant is that there are a lot of guys in this because, unsurprisingly, when you look at otome games and dating sim games where it's an all-male cast, it's very much geared towards just sexy guys. And they're all of age. It definitely skews to like guys in their like late 20s, early 30s. And so it's just very easy to find those examples. Whenever it was a mixed bag, I always tried to go for a mixed bag.
I mean, there's a lot of like fairly reasonable women that you've had already. It's just that you're putting them against some like
sucker for love.
Yeah, you're right.
Wants to be with you till the end. Loves rituals and is a very firm kisser.
Okay. Ma'am.
How firm?
I would say if you lock lips, she could make it so that you cannot move your mouth away.
Look at the squish on her thighs. That's what you like to see.
Yeah, you do love
That's
to
what I'm
see
talking
that
about.
Thigh squish.
Yeah.
That thigh squish
That's what I'm saying.
is an artist's dream.
Somebody knew what they were doing when they made her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. We got
I'll do it.
For Lineha in the chat.
I'm doing it.
Yeah, I'm all about that squish.
Okay. Will, sorry, was that Lineha as well?
I'm down.
Yep. Okay. It sounds like we have a resounding Linnea victory here, which is good because that's actually Roxanne's like great grandma or something like that. So you know, Roxanne's still in it. She has the genes in the fight.
That significantly complicates the dynamic if we happen to have a conflict here.
Other way around? Is it the other way around? It might be the other way around. I could be wrong. I read the wiki really quick, and that's about it.
A quickie wiki?
A little quickie wiki. Because I had to try and fill in as many of these descriptors as possible in a half an hour, which left me like half a minute to like fill someone's category in.
And I respect that because your priority has to be with your quickie wiki to check for the squicky.
Exactly. I had to check the squicky and the quickie wiki. Next, we get Grim from A Date with Death, Greg from A Night in the Woods. It's spelled Brain, but it's Brian from Dream Daddy.
It's Brian.
It's Brian. That's my bad. That's the typo. Which is our second Brian in the categories here. I don't think the other Brian has shown up yet. And then we get Vicky from Max Gentleman's Sexy Business.
All right.
To let you know the breadth of characters in Max Gentleman's Sexy Business. So, I'm gonna get Brian up here. Brian, Dad bought and he knows it. Can build
Yeah.
you a house. And
Yeah,
will provide
right,
you with
like-
fish.
Yes. I will say the first time I played Dream Daddy, this is who I romanced.
I'm not surprised.
So this is a begrudging must advocate for the man. However, he's not me because I cannot catch a fish. I can try.
Is
You
this
can
like a
certainly
metaphorical
try.
fish? Like we're talking metaphorical fish, right?
No, actual fish.
I've been casting
Actual
rod.
fish? All right.
Oh yeah.
All right. Next we have Grim. A very friendly ghost because his real name is Casper. Knows how to touch you, and is very old school in his behaviors.
I'm all about the style. Definitely has a hot factor.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like we got Sephiroth vibes here. Like
Oh
I'm
yeah.
going for it.
Solid Sephiroth vibes.
Mhm. Yeah.
Seems fun for like a romp.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's a total fuckboy.
Yeah. How friendly. Then we get Greg from A Night in the Woods.
Greg, will you marry me?
He just, wants to have fun with you. That's it. Also, we can all agree, Greg is a bottom, right? Like, hard
This is your
bottom.
character from Urban Shadows.
No! Greg is not my himbo Jimbro. No, don't do that. Don't do that to Luca.
Imagine Luca, but a third of the height.
And like he dressed up for the occasion.
Yeah, dressed up for the occasion.
And he's like shacked up in a bachelor pad with his like boyfriend Bear Man.
I get to picture Luca doing that.
And okay, the most important thing, the reason you need to
Living
know
with Phil
that
Bear.
Greg, please marry me, is that Greg
Oh,
will
no.
go out behind the gas station and smash light bulbs with you.
Yeah,
He will do it.
yeah.
In this
That is him.
economy? Okay.
He will steal the light bulbs and the baseball bat.
I just don't think you should be breaking light bulbs like that. That seems irresponsible.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, all right.
As a person who cares about the atmosphere, neither do I, but
Yeah.
Greg.
Last entrant is Vicky from Max Gentleman Sexy Business. Now this is the big titty goth
All
GF
right. Yeah. That's
of a
literally the
Korean
big titty
witch
goth
and
girl.
will burn on your steak.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a safe bet.
It's a very
Like,
safe
of course you're gonna vote for the big titty goth girl,
bet.
but
Yeah,
no, I gotta go. Like, Brian's gotta be my go-to. Has to be.
yeah. Fair enough.
Like, big bearish men are my thing.
That's fair enough.
Like IRL. Yeah.
All right, Will, what do you got?
I'm Greg, but like, can we shelve? I feel like I'm in some tough circumstances here. Can we have like a large tit roundup? Maybe?
Okay, all right. We got Vicky.
You want a large titty?
We got Brian. These
Category?
are by order
Oh,
of
yeah.
titty size, we got Vicky. We got Brian. We got Grim.
Yeah, and then
And
yeah.
then we got Greg.
Well, it's just, I feel like it's always like, there's always someone else who I really want to pick, but I'm disrespecting the Baps.
That's fair.
The Bompers, the Galongers, the Great Gahongalongers.
I guess. See, it loses its luster when you kind of own them, and you don't have to. It's like I can just see that whenever I want.
Yeah, that's
fine.
fair enough. You just have
Yeah.
to like look down and boom, there, done.
Yeah, bam.
In
there it is.
fairness, that's all I have to do too. But
Mhm.
it's not as fun for me.
That's fair.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah,
Brian.
yeah,
It's gotta be
nothing wrong
Brian.
with that.
Has
All
to
right,
be.
We're
Brian
really
is my
torn
heart.
then on
Cool.
this one. With Brian, Will, what do you got?
Mine's on Greg. I think it's up to
Yeah.
chat.
It's on Greg. All right. Poi, you put in your vote for Vicky is on there as well, which means that we're kind of
Damn.
split on this one. Which
What's
means
your
I
deal
have
breaker
to
or
settle
what's
a
your tiebreaker?
three-way tie, and that's
Yeah.
awful. I don't like that.
Do you want to
Wait,
roll
is
a
it a
dice?
three-way tie? I thought you guys were on the same side. 2 to 1 to 1?
It's Vicky, Brian, and Greg are the three-way tie that I have to choose between. But I'm gonna be honest, I am pro Vicky. Like,
Aren't there 4 of us? Is someone abstaining? Hold on.
No, let's
we
chat.
have lost Ash.
Oh yeah, Ash fucked off. She's probably
Yeah.
in bed.
Yeah. which is perfectly valid.
She's in a different time zone. She's in bed.
Perfectly valid.
No, but me, you, Ken, Poi. That's 4 people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
it
hadn't
shouldn't
cast
be a
my
three-way
vote.
tie.
I was the deciding factor,
Oh, okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Math is hard, okay?
and I'm casting my vote for Vicky.
No, my math was perfect. I did not realize Ken had not voted. Therefore, I deduced with my math.
All right.
Big titty goth girl. I mean, there had to be one up here. Let's be fair.
I mean, let's be fair. We needed one, and
Mhm.
I mean, Linnea is also kind of a big titty goth GF too, but you know,
Mhm.
maybe this becomes the big titty goth GF category, and we can decide once and for all
Maybe.
who is the hottest of big titty goth GFs.
Damn. I mean, I don't know.
The
Do
Craig
we have-
party expresses a convivial handshake.
Oh yeah, we still have the robbed hotties category that Brian will go into. All right, next we get Shane from Stardew Valley, Confucius from Civ 7, Brian from Monster Camp, and Karlak from BD3.
You can't. How can you do this to me? I am personally affronted by this category.
I love that I apparently selected, catered, without knowing any of your preferences. This is the first time we've ever had discussions like this. I cater-made a category that was most painful for you in multiple categories.
Wild.
So, starting us
Insane.
off, we get Shane from Stardew Valley.
Oh,
Likes to
Shane.
drink,
Again,
Yep.
has the
the
big
savior
sack,
complex.
and a very stable job.
Well, until you fuck up Jojo Mart.
Yeah, until you fuck up Jojo Mart. But you don't
'Cause you gotta
have to
fuck up Jojo Mart.
Jojo Mart.
Listen, you fuck up Jojo Mart or you are a terrible person.
That's true. That's accurate. But,
Capitalism is always the bad guy.
but before you fuck it up, you know, you don't have to decide one way or the other.
That's
you can
true.
marry Shane, get him happy, you know, get him out of the drinking big sad thing, and maybe he can find something else.
It's a tough one.
And
'cause,
then
like,
you own him until he's safe.
Oh no. Will ruining the savior complex here. We need
You want to
some
come after me
Confucian
for
ideals.
Penny? Let's talk about Shane.
We need some Confucian ideals here coming in.
I have no, just no.
All right,
Well,
moving
hold on.
on from
Let's see
Confucian
what he has
ideals.
to say.
Yeah, what do you got to say about Confucius? Let's go.
Very wise. Will probably help you with your taxes. Also wishes you to know how things used to be better. Next, we get Karlak from BG3.
Ah,
Hot and heavy. Got that temper, and it's super smoking hot.
listen, this is tough. Okay, but I mean, my vote has to be Karlak. It's got to be
Yeah. And
like
finally,
100%.
finally, we get Brian from Monster Camp. Wants to Netflix and chill, likes you for your brain, and really wants a nap. Honestly,
Yeah.
I identify with Brian a lot.
That's fair.
Hoy is also casting the vote for Karlak.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. Like
yeah.
Brian would definitely be a close second, but like,
Yeah. Brian is
Karlak.
amazing. I love Brian.
yeah, 100%.
Will,
Honestly, if it's coming down to it and I'm pushed into this decision, I'm not sure the first inclination is me and Karlak, but you know what? I'm sure we could find some way to make it work.
well,
You know,
the fun part.
and it could be great.
The fun part about Karlak is you kind of gotta really communicate and figure out how you're gonna do things, because she will just straight up give you third-degree burns unintentionally. But she will just
All over your
straight-
person. Yeah.
Yeah, all over you.
Uh-huh.
So like, you know, you kind of gotta
He's
figure
the-
that shit out.
She is the definition of hottie, though.
Oh yes, very definition
Yeah.
of potty. Okay,
And like a big muscle mommy. Like, I can't even be upset about that.
so this is turning into the girl category. This is.
I guess so.
This is
Yeah.
great.
Girl?
It was.
I mean,
was worried
Karlak
for
adds the
nothing.
charcoal to the grill.
Mm-hmm. She's a grill category.
All right, and
Look,
before-
I'm not saying you guys are already winning the vote with or without me. I'm not saying, as things stand, hopping in. I'm just saying maybe we could have a conversation about boundaries and limits.
yeah, yeah,
And sure, probably won't work out, but you
Yeah.
talk about it.
yeah.
You figure it out. Or you don't. and you walk away. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I'm having the
Very important.
conversation.
Yeah.
You also know she would Carlac would 100% peg someone too.
Oh, 100%.
Like that's yeah,
She's perfectly down for it.
absolutely.
Honestly, I can't tell if she would be the person who suggests it or just the person who just goes along with it. But 100%.
Yeah, enthusiastically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna
For sure.
take a quick ad break,
With it-
and when we come back, we're gonna have the final of this category.
With a green, a red, and a blue one, like a cribbage set.
All right, we're going on break. All right, welcome back, everybody.
The thing about that is then you have to describe the topology of like the wax strip. Anyways, what were we talking about?
You know, pumpkin spice.
Bunch of hot ladies
Yeah, we were talking about a bunch of sexy ladies. All right, now
who would
speaking
definitely
of,
be into pumpkin spice flavored wax candle play.
You mean to tell me that Karlak wouldn't be into pumpkin spice candle play? Like, come on.
Oh, she absolutely would be.
And Vicky's the one supplying the candles.
Mm-hmm.
And Linnea's probably the one in the cuck chair.
100, yeah.
Just based on vibes.
Vibes.
All right, so we got Matt from Arcade Spirits, Mia from Psychonauts 2, Colonel Sanders from KFC Dating Sim, and Dr. Eggman from Sonic.
Oh, man.
Before we get too deep into it, I want to say for cockchair discourse, I am the first to say if you see a chair that is not the bed in my room, that's probably what it's for someone else. But like, also, I don't want someone to like assume a kink of mine just because I like a place to sit down and take off my shoes
Yeah.
or my
Also,
socks or whatever.
that is a multi-purpose chair. You put your laundry there. That's where that goes. The only time
Like, I
that
think
doesn't.
the meme is really funny, but it's also like, okay, but like, it is actually really useful to have the chair in the hotel room.
Yeah.
Like,
It's very useful.
Yeah, it's useful to sit and watch people rail. That's
Yeah.
what it's for.
It's useful to sit in and watch some dude rail your wife. Everyone knows that.
look,
Yeah. Or
maybe you're
partner.
right.
Yeah.
Speaking
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
person in the cuck chair, we have Matt.
maybe we're in a hotel room, and what it is you have these really tight, like dress pants that match your suit, and they're not the right fit. So you're really trying to get them on. So you sit in the chair in the hotel room to get them on correctly, and there you go. And then once they're on fitted tightly, you feel like an alpha, and that's when you open the door. And that's
I
when your
love
wife
your-
brings in the participant. And then he sits down in the chair.
Why is Matt
I like
back?
assuming
Because
a lot of
before we
genders
were
here,
deciding
too.
on Ben. Now it's Matt's turn.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, hypothetically, it's your wife. And hypothetically, it's the Delta Armories. And hypothetically,
Making a lot of hypotheticals here. Hypothetically, if you
it's April 17th, 2001. And hypothetically,
were in the thick of things.
All right. I feel like Matt. We've already discussed Matt as a
Yeah.
package deal with Ben.
Blonde.
Colonel.
Plus, we already have
Sanders,
Ben on
though.
there. Yeah.
Colonel Sanders has yet
Colonel-
to be in
okay.
the discussion.
Colonel Sanders, as soon as they released this game, I was not prepared. I don't think anyone was prepared,
No one
right?
was prepared for sexy Colonel Sanders.
Nobody. And marketing genius is fucking right.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, Jesus. This is a tough category.
I love that people who honestly reviewed this game were like, it's a blatant ad for KFC. It
Yeah.
doesn't really have a whole lot of impact, but fuck, is this a great meme?
It's so good. It's so good. It's too
and we
good.
have Dr.
he's
Eggman.
not for me. I'm going to say Colonel Sanders, not for me, you know? But he can get it. And also a
Oh,
firm reminder to take bold facial hair choices. If it's
Yes.
right for your face, it's
Yes.
right for your face.
Yeah.
Just
And then-
do it.
Speaking
then we
of
have
bold
Dr.
facial
Eggman.
hair
Yeah.
choices,
Mhm.
we have Dr. Eggman. Knows how to handle machinery, really good with animals, and will give you gems.
Can we consider Jim Carrey in this situation?
I
Can we
will
give that
allow
consider-
it.
Oh, man, though.
I will allow Jim
Ooh.
Carrey,
Yeah, okay.
even though I haven't watched the Sonic movies.
You know what? I haven't seen any of the other. Like, I saw the first one, but like, I just, there's something about it.
Yeah.
Something about him
And-
as Egghead.
Who's the last?
Keeps it toy.
Who's the last
Yeah.
person? Oh, Mia, right.
There's one other person.
Mia from Psychonauts 2.
Yeah.
Psychedelic, loves children, has some trauma related to children. Loves to dance, though. Loves to dance the trauma away.
All right.
Okay, you know how I was talking about, this is also Psychonauts 2. We were talking about Stefan, about how he seems like he's really into weirdly extreme butt stuff.
Yes.
Sasha. Weirdly extreme butt stuff. And,
Speak of the devil.
and yet, now that the comparison is in front of me, I feel like Sasha wants extreme butt stuff and doesn't care how your day has been.
Yeah.
Mia is down for extreme butt stuff, but cares about how your day has been. Strong contender.
I will also contend, to add to that, Will, one of the main things that she teaches you in the game is how to make a ball of psychic energy, which,
Mm-hmm.
presumably could be
Nut.
several balls, could be beads,
Nut.
Could be time traveling anal beads. Yeah.
could be time traveling
Mhm.
anal beads. All right, so we have
Or
We don't have Matt. We have Colonel Sanders. We have Dr. Eggman, which is featuring Jim Carrey. And we have Mia.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I have in my heart of hearts, I have to go with Colonel Sanders.
Okay.
I don't like that about myself, but it's just how it be.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Will, what are you doing for this one? What are you feeling?
I'm waiting for you in chat.
I
wanna be the tiebreaker today.
Eggman.
Eggman is
Okay.
a solid contender. Like,
Chat Eggman. We got Sanders.
yeah.
Ken?
I mean, as far as like hotness goes, like Colonel Sanders.
I am
is...
only here to be a tiebreaker.
We have two
No,
tiebreakers.
I'm putting your feet to the fire. I want to be the tiebreaker this time.
Well, if you want to be the tiebreaker, then I have to vote for Mia. So by all means,
what?
the tiebreaker is on you, Will.
Pressure.
Purely out of solidarity, maybe we guess. I'm gonna say Colonel Sanders, as people who make strong facial hair choices.
Hell yeah.
I like that he chooses this as a strong facial hair choice and not this.
Yeah, right. Eggman is like, Eggman's definition of
Choices that work. Come on, look at it.
All right, we got Colonel Sanders moving up.
The trim, the restraint.
Okay,
The restraint.
Carlac out of there. Alright, where's Colonel Sanders? There he is. There we go.
There's an elegance.
Joining the women in the category up there.
I know, it's the gals
He's
and
not
Colonel
just
Sanders.
Yeah, it's the gals
in
and Colonel
two
Sanders.
directions, going wow with his mustaches. No, he chooses. He curls. He.
This is, what's that freaking Charlie's Angels? That's what this is.
Mm-hmm.
The Charlie's Angels bracket.
Yeah, this is the Charlie's Angels bracket.
Yeah, and Colonel
100%.
Sanders is Charlie.
Yeah.
Well, what's next then? We need another fun story.
Yep. We've
All
done the
right.
categories, so let's see.
We
the
have
ones.
two
What
left.
titles do we have?
We
left
have
on
Bagged
the
by the-
docket, We have
Mhm.
Bagged by Groceries and Corn Daddy.
Tough contenders.
Boy is voting for Corn,
Corn.
which I need to see if I have downloaded. I have so many tabs open that are just these to make sure that I have them downloaded.
Groceries seems interesting, but seems like a tame opener. I feel like corn is going to be a better yield for this season.
Fair enough.
So this is so Corn Daddy is this is just a piece of the actual book. It's
A
about
novel.
yeah,
A
well, I'll say-
literary work.
all of these are technically literary works that are published and have ISBNs.
Yep.
This is a fairly newer one. It's from 2023. And the gal Helena Woodcock who published this is the only book she has published under that name. And so it must be like a pen name, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah. But also available on like Kindle Unlimited or Amazon or any of those places. If you want to read the whole thing.
Okay. So I guess I'll be the one to start on this one because, as is tradition. How long?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my.
Well,
God.
you can also round robin it. You've been taking the hits. You can leave it to someone.
Oh my God, this is a long one. All right. Yeah. Who wants to take it then? In that case.
Oh, I'll start. That's fine.
All right.
Liz looked out at the late October sun as it dipped, fiery and red, further below the cornfield horizon. The air was starting to bite at her cheeks, and she shuffled from one impatient foot to the other. Come on, Chaz. He was just over 20 minutes late at this point. And here she stood, watching all of the other happy couples taking pictures, sipping cider, and laughing at jokes that were probably hilarious and intimate all at the same time. She sighed. She knew that Chaz wasn't. She knew that she and Chaz weren't the perfect couple. In fact, she couldn't even say with an honest face that they were a couple at all. They were more of a collision. All bad ideas and bad timing coming together in an ultimately very hot but very disastrous combination. Liz had a thing for fuckboys, and she had to admit. This was a trait about herself that she had to come to accept. But as she wandered over to the candy apple stand, She was beginning to think that maybe it was a trait that she should start to ignore. The problem was that Chaz made her come. Well, scratch that. He had made her come on precisely 5 fortuitous occasions, and for that, she put up with his bullshit. She smiled a little, thinking of the time that he had slipped his fingers inside of her in that summer night when they had made a picnic down by the lake. The picnic had consisted of mostly warm beer, and he had been teasing her all evening, dragging out the charade, as the charade of them possibly hooking up when they both knew precisely why they were there. His tattoos were bad. Sorry?
He sounds like he says, babe, babe.
Yeah.
Babe.
That's exactly what he sounds like. His tattoos were bad. His band was terrible. His employment history was patchy at best. There were red flags for sure. But the night that he had wound her up effectively, and she wanted him badly enough that she could have swallowed him whole. She sometimes felt so much desire that she wanted to absolutely dig herself inside of someone. And while Chaz definitely couldn't put words to it, he knew this about her.
I have a feeling Chaz can't put words to a lot of things.
His tattoos are all spelled wrong too.
About you is
No
like the
Robert.
way that I feel about like sometimes there's like a nice moment when
Instead of letting her chase that raging internal fire, he had offered only his middle and ring fingers, curving them forward and flicking just the right pitch until she was arching her back on that beach blanket and swearing into his chest to muffle the volume. I love how fucking wet you get. The candy apple vendor was staring right at her, an expectant vacancy on his face. It wasn't a bad looking face, actually. She blinked hard and shook her head. Sorry? Candied apple? The handlebar mustache vendor repeated. Oh, yes, one please. She was rejoining the land of the living. And I'll pass it off to Will.
The Colonel Sanders of candied apples.
Colonel Sanders of candy apples, yeah. All right, fire away, Will.
Alright, so be gone thou spirits, the man who was saying babe and giving you the one move he knows has gone into the aether.
Reluctant orgasms.
Yeah, he's only given her 5. She can. I'm sorry, but if you can vividly recall each and every one of them and you've been dating for a while, come on.
No, but they haven't really been dating.
That's true. They haven't really been dating.
Yeah.
You know, an orgasm with the thunderous energy of a truck with a trailer struggling over the top of a hill.
You know, it's like, hey, babe. You know, it's like that that first pumpkin spice latte of the season. You know, it just tastes so good.
Let me just blog about this on Pinterest.
Yeah. Man, that's fucking deep. I should write a song about that. I'm gonna call it PSL.
He tossed the shining red apple into the air with a little too much confidence and gave her a quick once down with his eyes. Coming up. Stupid Chaz. Stupid corn maze. Stupid one move. Liz was feeling a little disappointed and a little more pissed as it approached. She checked her phone. 37 minutes since their agreed upon meetup time. At least get Mount David candy apple. How sweet do you want it? Mr. Handlebar was at the back of the window. Sorry, he was back at the window. His red flannel pushed up on his thick forearms, a wisp of brown hair curling down from under his beanie. He had impaled under the apple. He had impaled the apple with a wooden dowel and was spinning it enticingly, waiting for her response. I bet you for homebrew's kombucha? Oh gosh, I didn't know there was an option. To be fair, Liz had been in her own head a bit too much since she arrived, and she hadn't taken too much time to peruse the menu. She took a quick last-minute glance at all the flavor options, but her head was spinning. Oh yeah, we're an artisanal candied apple pop-up. The apples are organically and locally grown. You don't just dip them. We patented this really dope sugar polish that saturates in the skin of the fruit. He went on and on. That does sound awesome, except I don't like anything too sweet. This part was the truth. It was true in all aspects of her life, actually. then you're gonna want Granny Smith's kiss of death. Dun-dun-dun. He pointed the speared apple at her, like he was prepared to perform a ceremonial knighting. I wouldn't say I'm impressed. Not too many who come through here want to start the super chart ones. He smiled knowingly. But someone as sweet looking as you doesn't need any extra sugar, do you? He was fuckable. He was definitely fuckable. Yet at this moment, if Liz could have crawled over the pumpkin patch and fashioned a... I'm sorry, what? Yet at this moment, if Liz could have crawled over to the pumpkin patch and fashioned a pile of dirt into her immediate and personal...
She wants to bury herself.
She wants to bury herself.
Okay. I'm sure there were more expedient ways to word that, but okay.
Yeah.
This is art.
It is art, and it is also science. Much like the candied apple.
Yeah.
Pleased with herself and unaware that he had unleashed intrusive thoughts in his customer that would need to be unpacked at a later date. Mr. Handlebar bobbed along to the music playing in the back of the food truck and went to work with the dipping. Apple secured and lazy pickup thwarted, Liz adjusted her rust-orange plaid scarf and peeked at her phone one more time. Of course, there were no new messages from Chaz, and her last text hadn't even been read. Fuck him. Laz had pre-ordered her ticket for the corn maze that evening. She had also pre-ordered Chaz's ticket, which figured he was always going to let her down. How hard is it to put a cute fall outfit and pretend to be normal while wandering through some corn? Ken?
I know that whenever I wander through corn, I want to pretend to be as normal as possible.
And cute as fuck.
And cute as fuck. Mm-hmm. That is very important for me to be cute as fuck.
100% important.
I hate it when you're looking through a corn maze and you're like, oh no, I'm lost. No one can see my outfit.
But I know what I'm wearing, and that's important.
The corn knows.
Takes a selfie, is like lost in the maze, but still pretty cute. Too hard for Chaz, apparently. Then the realization hit her. There were always going to be fuckboys. This was abundantly clear. Their kind would never die, and there would always be someone who could give her the number of orgasms she could count on just one hand. See, that's what I'm saying. It's depressing.
To be fair, that's all of that hand.
Yeah, that is true. That is the whole hand going to the
And if you had used all your fingers on that one hand
Yeah.
instead of your other move.
Yeah. Fuck it. We're better off without him. It's not like Chaz was going to be anything but dead weight anyway. Let's do this damn corn maze, Liz. Oh. Perspective shift.
Chapter 2.
Chapter 2. Holton's corn maze was a staple of fall in Birch County. You couldn't truly have an October without stopping by Holton's one night for cider, donuts, and candied apples. People with kids came during the day to make their way through the mini maze, but if you were in a couple, I will say this book is.
I love the oh, yes, I've waited several weeks and now it's chapter 2 because the momentum is like, okay, hype up. We're doing it. We're stepping over the threshold. Holton's corn maze was a staple of fall in Birch County. Like, all the momentum gone.
Yeah.
All the build-up starting again.
Yeah. Also, I will. It's not just you struggling to read these. Rachel, I think you have experience that is helping you out here. But wow. I read Clippy porn, and this is this is making me struggle. You tried
somehow more textually challenging.
Yeah, you tried your collective hand at the feature maze. It was simply what you did. Liz wanted to like the maze. She wanted to like the whole cutesy season, but it had never panned out like she'd hoped. Well, maybe she needs to try pumpkin spice latte. Inevitably, any guy she brought here would insist he knew the way, swiftly get lost, get them both lost, and then get excessively grumpy at the suggestion that they were lost at all. So much for bond strengthening activities. Apple picking was another classically miserable debacle, and she could go on for hours about this one particular terrible pumpkin carving date. Dude nearly lost his whole hand. This year, I'll do it. I'll just do it by myself. That means nobody can get me lost by myself. It'll be symbolic or some shit.
Maybe this is just me having a personal interest in like workplace safety, but
Yeah.
no, how did he almost lose his hand? How did that actually happen? Did he nick it, or was there a near severing which should be investigated by the
like there was a
Occupational
nick.
Health and Safety
I feel
Authority?
like there
Yeah, we
was a
need to call
solid-
OSHA.
The trail at the head of the maze was muddy from the rain that had blown through the night before, and Liz regretted wearing her brown suede boots. She's already got the Ugg boots. She's good. As she stepped over a particularly wet patch. The maze was a straight ahead shot at the beginning, eventually branching off into new offshoots, sending each participant on their own journey to the end. At the center were prizes, treat bags tied with orange and black curly ribbons, each filled with a generous scoop of popcorn and a voucher for a free steamy cider back at concessions. Determined to have fun, but
What's the geometry of this? Okay, so you enter.
you
And
enter,
then
you
it's
go straight
straight.
for a while, and then it like branches off.
Mhm.
But you have to find the
But-
middle and then get back at.
Got it.
But all of them get you there?
We're about to
I
find
guess
out.
it's an all roads lead to Rome situation.
Could be.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably just very twisty and turny. I would assume.
No, I will say from hours of Roller Coaster Tycoon Classic, that's feasible.
Yep,
I just wanted
very
to get it
feasible.
in my
Very,
head
very feasible.
because for a second it was like,
I mean, there might be dead ends. You have
Wait,
to like
which-
double back.
Yeah, there's
Very
probably
possible.
dead ends. I imagine it's
Yeah.
not an all roads lead to Rome type situation. You need a couple that are just like,
Like dupes.
yeah.
Yeah.
I do love
Say
that when you're
used to
reading
tables
a
on the
story and you're
carpet.
suddenly like, hold on, what's north? Where's north? What's
Determined to have fun, Liz trotted along and took the first bite of her apple, immediately wincing at the taste. Holy fuck, he wasn't kidding about that being sour, she said aloud, to no one in particular. The acidity made
Why does she seem surprised at the nature of a Granny Smith apple?
Well, it's deadly. It's a deadly Granny Smith. It's a devastating Granny Smith. Which
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it's
see.
like coated in stuff too.
yeah, it's like coated in fucking like.
He
sour
collected
tart
476 toxic waste candies and melted them in a skillet and poured
Yeah.
them on the apple.
shit. Exactly.
Oh, that sounds like a nightmare.
The acidity made the saliva well in her mouth, and she quickly tongued the tart mush to the back of her throat. Up ahead, she came upon
Hot?
a scarecrow.
Question mark? Hot question mark?
Hot question mark, yes. Up ahead, she came upon a scarecrow pitched at the fork in the road. He held up a sign stating, "Scare D Pros Rules." I get
I
it.
get it.
1. Stay on the path. 2. Don't pick the corn. 3. Have fun.
Hold on. Say that last one again with the exclamation point.
Sorry. Have fun!
Thank you.
There we go.
Or you may not profit from the corn. 5. You are not an authorized picker or distributor of said corn.
Yeah, just really goes into the picking the corn aspect of it.
6.
very important.
This is a legally owned field owned by.
It's important that you don't damage the corn.
If they don't say country girls make do at some point, you'll be disappointed. I'm sure it's somewhere in the book. Well, Mr. Crow, which way do you think I should go? Liz fiddled with the ends of one of her auburn braided pigtails that she probably found on Instagram.
Pinterest.
Pinterest, thank you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Get it right. Get it fucking
God.
right.
I'm imagining
joke
this kind of
correct.
like a hippie, like doink 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 with each pigtail. Oh,
Yeah.
which way should I go? Like it's an idle animation waiting for a click.
Yeah.
Which way? Which way should I go?
She had gone full farmer's daughter with her outfit for this date, and who was here to appreciate it? Not a damn soul, except for maybe the candy apple guy. Guess I'll go right. She tossed the green glazed apple into a pile of mud next to the hay bale at her feet. She looked down at it for just a moment, imagining how it would probably attract every fly and mosquito that the frost hadn't zapped yet. She looked back at Scarecrow and shrugged apologetically. It's organic, and it wasn't on the list.
He didn't say don't litter.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe
And she's having fun, potentially.
Yeah, she's having fun littering. So, you know, that's how that works. To the right, the corn stalks were planted more closely together, which made heading to the center of the maze a bit more challenging. She could hear shouting and laughing from a group a few rows over, but for now, she was alone in her narrow row of corn. This was just the activity that Liz needed to turn off her noisy brain for a while. It was nice to be allowed to get a little lost. Left, right, straight, right, left, straight.
Look, it's not like Scaredy Crow's rules are 1, stay on the path, 2, don't pick the corn, 3, have fun, 4, don't discard organic waste, 5, don't get dicked by a corn man.
Yeah,
It was just the first 3.
yeah. Well, Scaredy Crow would never have that as part of his rules because he wants to dick down people in corn mazes.
Have you read this already?
No. But based on the past
It's
one,
him?
I'm assuming it's Scaredy Crow. Look, I was really hopeful for Candy Apple Guy for a little bit, but it seems to be
It was-
You're like a
Crow.
groupie,
came on
like,
too
you're
strong.
really a Scaredy Crow?
As Liz crept forward, so the clock and the sun became completely obscured behind the field. An early purple dusk began to settle over the sky. Crickets whirred in the distance. The cornfield was actually quite lovely at this hour, almost glowing in the light with luminescent greens and buttery yellows. Left, straight, wait, right again. That's not it. And you can take it from here.
At every dead end in the maze, Liz encountered another one of Scaredy Crow's buddies. Each scarecrow held a little sign saying "Lost," and at the back of each sign offered a hint to make the maze easier to complete. However, if you ignored this entirely, it felt like more scarecrows were mocking and antagonizing you as you lost your way. Liz chose not to read any of the hints because she was a corn maze purist and felt like any other way would be cheating. She still found it entirely frustrating that the scarecrows looked so similar to one another. She was starting to feel like she was going in circles, hitting the same dead ends over and over again. Maybe I am going in circles. Liz's sense of direction was usually unmatched, but she hadn't even reached the center of the maze yet. She should definitely have been able to meet the halfway snack point by now. At bare minimum, she was determined to end this night with her free hot cider. In fact, maybe she'd slip a little bourbon into that cider and sip on the walk home. She'd had a nice hot shower and then get herself off with her extra good vibrator, the purple vibrator that no man could ever match. For the troubles that she had gone through today, this was absolutely the purple vibrator kind of night. Her cheeks flushed a little as she felt that familiar burning pulse between her legs. Yes, Chaz was supposed to be here so that they could look cute in public and pretend to be a couple for a minute. But there was also the expectation that she would be getting thoroughly dicked down tonight. Chill as the solo corn maze jaunt had been, she was ready to be done with it and head out sooner rather than later. She took a long, deep breath and pondered her next turn. The smell of buttered popcorn hung heavy in the air, salty and warm. That's a good sign. I must be close. Liz was no closer than she had been half an hour ago, but she had no reason to suspect that anything was wrong. It was a harmless corn maze, after all. Why would anything be wrong? It was when the fog unusual for this hour, descended on the corn that Liz started to feel disoriented. Maybe she had walked in too many circles and trying to find her way out of too many dead ends. Maybe she was stressed from worrying so much about stupid Chaz. Either way, she was dizzy and couldn't see too far ahead of her. The sky overhead was dark, the new moon blocking out the blanket of night. Fuck this shit. Fuck tonight. I want to go home. If the maze wasn't going to be solved by following the rules, she was going to make up her own rules. The maze wasn't that massive. Sure, it was a feature, but this was a small town farm. Liz figured if she could climb between the rows, maybe she would be able to take a shortcut to the and exit from one of the outer edges. At the very least, she could skip over a section with more people, except she hadn't heard other people for a while. Now that she thought about it, her head spun.
Make do.
Her head spun. Oh man, I really want to get out of here. Maybe this is a blood sugar thing. Maybe I should have eaten the apple. Maybe the apple was bad. Maybe Liz had managed to pass through a couple of the corn stalks, but they were densely planted, and this was not proving to be an easy task. She kicked at the base of one of the stalks like a hostile mare, only successfully rustling some of the dry leaves. God damn it, this is really hard! She thought perhaps she could hoist herself up to look across the top of the field and determine where she was. She grabbed on a couple of corn stalks, but she only managed to rip the ears from the plant. The fog was so dense that she probably wouldn't have been able to see across the maze anyway. I give up. Liz let out a sigh of defeat as she tossed the corn into the mud and watched stars spin in her vision. Or were they the stars in the sky? The sky above the world in front of her. The sky above her and the world in front of her had suddenly become muddled and corn-focused. The sweet smell of butter was in the air again. Overhead, a scarecrow loomed holding his sign, and his eyes slightly imploring. The eternal question, lost? Liz could not answer. Perhaps the scarecrow saw. Perhaps he heard when the booming voice rose above the stalks and declared, found. Chapter 3, Will.
Okay, tense.
I think I got one
Dun,
more
dun,
chapter
dun.
in me.
Two chapters, no corncock.
Yeah. Where's the corncock?
Listen, we're coming up to the corncock.
Okay.
Better. One chapter. Better have some corncock. Corn on the cock.
Corn on the cock.
Corn on the.
Don't hurt yourself.
You'll make it work, Will. You'll make it work.
You can do it. I believe in you.
The den was warm and dry. The smell of packed dirt was the first to reach Liz's nostrils as she slowly stirred awake. The past little while, Liz wasn't sure how long, had been fuzzy, like trying to peek through cotton and only finding thin patches of light. She remembered muffled voices but could place no words. Her eyes felt tight and crusty. Ew! You gotta give him the thumb sweep. You know the thumb sweep?
Yeah. Get all the schmutz out.
The schmutz, exactly. You know what I'm on about.
Yeah.
You cannot brook it. Like she'd been in a deep sleep for a long time, or a normal sleep for a normal time, and she peeled one eye open and then the other. Why does this feel so visceral? Like she has to do it with her hands. Like,
Yeah.
Ugh. Instinctively moved to bring her hands to her face. Panic began to register quick. I'm sorry, this is whiplash. Panic began to register quickly, cortisol flooding her bloodstream, and when she realized she couldn't move her arms, they had been tied. Each wrist was wrapped with a strong fiber. Her arms played downward into a T. Doing a quick scan of her body, she realized she was... I'm sorry, the reveal of this is a little disorienting.
She's a scarecrow.
You wouldn't be like, I woke up and I felt like I was held in a weird position?
No.
Listen, you had to peel her eyeballs open first.
Doink, doink, where am I? She realized she was standing, but her ankles had been out together. With the same strange fiber? Question mark? She was effectively pinned like a beetle stuck to the web of a wolf spider. Specifically, how did I get here? She began to struggle quietly, hoping that she could slip her hands from beneath the makeshift straps. Okay, it's not a strange fiber, it's a makeshift strap.
It can be
Or maybe
both.
it's both? It could be both.
Yeah, why not both?
I'm trying to determine the material qualities of this strap slash fiber.
It's very likely it's of organic quality in nature, so you know.
I would bet.
Mhm.
Oh, I bet it's hay. I bet it's hay. Do you think it's hay?
It's either hay or cornstalk.
She only succeeded in burning her wrists and wrenching her shoulders and torso in the most uncomfortable knot. The quiet option quickly wore out its welcome, so Liz opened for the more forceful approach. Hey, get me the fuck out of here! Sound of her voice startled her only in contrast with the stillness of the den where she was.
When she
Sorry.
gets scared, she becomes a Muppet.
Startled her in contrast with the stillness of the den where she was kept. Her streams traveled only a short distance and then smacked and. That's not how sound works. Smacked and softened. How good is your hearing that you can identify individual dampening patterns?
Well, she's got nothing better to do.
Sorry, that's the wrong number of periods. Insulation. I'm gonna call the fucking police if you do a good job for me. This is lost. Did you hear me? I'm listening, you sick fucker. Liz watched true crime shows to know exactly how this sort of thing went. She had been taken to a secondary location. Little Metal Gear Solid exclamation point. Which was not great for her chances of survival. She was in some sicko's makeshift murder cave. Like, not even a good one, like a makeshift one. And he probably thought he could torture her for a few days and then drip a... Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
And then drip a watery load over her corpse right when the light faded out of her eyes. No, sir, not today.
She's got a vivid imagination.
She really does.
Liz had no plans to be murdered tonight, or any other night, or any other consistency and viscosity of load. She was going to have to kill this guy to escape. Okay, so he's a murder man. So this is a dark cornrow man.
This is escalating. Keep reading.
And in the meantime, she was gonna have to make sure he had a miserable time. Except, who is he? She took a deep breath, and with all her might, she screamed into the ceiling. Did you hear me? Does anybody hear me? A rich, low voice popped in behind Liz's left ear, like a stereo speaker has suddenly been powered just for her. You broke the corn.
Deckard
Liz
Cain?
breathed. Liz breathed two shaking, shallow breaths. She squeezed her eyes tight and then blinked them apart, desperately trying to focus on the room around her. She needed something to anchor herself beside this miserable fucking tether. Excuse me? Oh, you broke the cord. Goosebumps. So this is flesh swelled with tiny raised goosebumps, each hair standing on end with electric terror. I broke the what? The cord. You broke it. You also tried to leave the past. There are only three rules. It's really not that difficult.
Technically, leaving the path isn't a rule.
Liz remained silent. Her body trembled as she struggled to process what was being said to her. The disembodied voice continued, velvety and low and slow like an old crooner. You do well to leave the straps alone. My apologies for using them in the first place, but you really left me with no other choice. You could keep screaming if you want to, but you aren't going anywhere until I decide you are.
I tried to add a rhythm to it, but it really wasn't all that great.
Save me, Ken.
Alright. Liz wanted to retch. Her head spun and her stomach churned. She felt like she had the worst hangover of her life. Her head pounded like there was someone inside, clanging away at her skull with two cast iron pans. You drugged me. I only took a bite of that apple. Don't tell me I took a bite of literally poisoned apple. This is like a really bad fairy tale that needs to end as soon as possible. Ah, yes. That was the fog. The fog?
Why does this has old Greg energy?
I'm all Greg!
Your age is showing.
My age is not showing because Will is the one that showed that to me, because this is not the first time on stream he has referenced old Greg. And it was very strange.
Yeah, it hasn't aged well. I'm old Greg.
I have a problematic term.
The fog? Liz shook her head just a little, still trying to clear the cobwebs of her brain. And think around her pumping adrenaline. What does that have to do with anything? You drugged me. What kind of person does something like that? The voice seemed suddenly bashful and cleared his throat, and seemed quick to brush the topic aside. It's just something that I do. You know, I think we should talk in the morning. The morning? Hell no. You're letting me out of here tonight. Is it even night? Where the fuck am I? There that buttery smooth voice was again. He sounded so pleased with himself. I told you. You aren't going
Just roofie and real cash.
I think it's a casual rupee.
Music sounds like a double? Oh shit. Is it really?
There you go.
I might have.
Accidentally being roofied. Oop, I dropped one on the chair. Oop, there they go. Oop, who
I know what it
knows?
is. I know how it's doubled. It's been doubled this entire fucking time. I know it. There. Wait, no. This one. Wait, no.
We are one.
Stop being doubled and started again? Oh. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna assume it's fixed. I'm gonna assume that I'm great and I fixed it. No, it's bad now. Okay. This is good now. Okay. Poi! Poi, I'm not touching anything. Hands off the keyboard. Is it good? I am away. That's why I'm saying I am not doing it. I'm not doing anything. Is it doubled? Are the boots and cats doubled? Yeah, we're tripling it because everyone's saying boots and cats. Can't tell with this song? Alright, perfect. Good enough. Alright, how are you feeling about the story so far? Because not gonna lie, we're at chapter 4 now. We're halfway through and there's a distinct lack of cornetals. Oh, I do see a line of, "You'll call me daddy." Ah. Okay. No. I'm seeing a line of, "The pheromones are never wrong, Elizabeth." Oh god, I'm cringing so hard. Oh, you can't hear them? Oh fuck, I cut them off. There we go. I've added them back.
Hello, we're back.
Yeah, they're
Alright,
back. It's
so
fine.
Do you want me to
on the
start at pheromones? I'll
Go
take
ahead.
pheromones.
Elizabeth.
Pheromones are
Sorry,
never wrong,
sorry.
Elizabeth.
So to describe what happened, because I had them cut off,
Oh.
they're back and the music is double. Fuck! I don't know what to do about
The
that.
system is down. The system is down.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I have to. You know what? Fuck it. No one gets any music anymore.
I have a banjo nearby. I can supplement.
No. No one gets any music now. It's awkwardly quiet.
I can
should actually
actually
listen to
do
this
that song and then screw it up and then get like maybe like 32 bars in and then I'm out of options.
Nice.
But I can do the part that people care about.
Okay, so to define what you have explained to us, Rachel, for everyone else is, he is the king of autumn. He wants a queen. She says, "Fuck no," but they can still fuck, because apparently the pheromones are always right, and she is the right one.
You got it. It's like a fated mate situation.
Right.
So
and they have
he's the Lord of the Autumn Court Corn Man?
Kind of.
I
Thereabouts.
am the Lord of Autumn, and you will be my queen.
Yes, you got it. That's the summation.
Excellent.
Jack Skellington's down there like, you've got to suck his corn cob.
Yeah, so does he have a corn dick? That is what we want to know.
Does. He has a. How do they describe it? It's like
I was so... This entire time I was itching for some kind of pun I could make. Like, oh yeah, goblin cock, his gawk, his horse cock, his hawk.
His
No,
corn
cock, his cock. I've got nothing.
He's got a corn cock pipe, all right? Come on.
corn cob cock. It's a corn cob cock.
Corn cob cock?
You got it. Say that 10 times fast.
Corn cob
No.
pipe cock by the pipe cock.
I'm going to carry on. Ready?
Okay, all right.
The pheromones are never wrong, Elizabeth. I told you I knew as soon as you entered me that we would be bound to one another. He took a sip. He's drinking wine, by the way. I want to make you my queen, and I want to pleasure you in all that until you have broken through the confines of your quaking realities. Liz quirked an eyebrow. To be fair, she had tried weirder things before. I think I'm going to have to pass on the whole queen thing, but as far as the sex, I mean, okay, yeah, let's go.
All right.
He set down his glass. Suit yourself. Well, that was surprisingly easy. Hey, do you think you could cut me down from this thing? Liz piped, craning her neck to follow as he momentarily stepped out of view. All he heard from around the corner was tut tut. Don't you remember what I said about that? You'll get down from here when I say so, Elizabeth. Liz had to admit that she held her breath when the giant rippling creature approached her with a curved harvesting knife in his hand. She felt for a moment that she had been tricked and that he was really going to dress her out. That he was really going to dress her out in his hovel like a slaughtered doe. He placed the point of the blade to the hard bit of bone at the top of her sternum. He pressed down just enough to make a white line, but softly enough to prevent cutting as he raked the blade down her breast. The hook caught in the top. The hook caught in the top of her shirt, and she finally gasped and let out her held breath as he yanked the handle and ripped the front of her outfit to ribbons. Okay, I mean, it's not like my fave, but her bare nipples adjusted to the temperature of the den and stood taut as he brought one leafy hand to her breast. His hand was firm and rough, like that of a working class laborer, but his husks were smooth and delicate ridges running through each leaf. This combination was gruff and satiny textures, was a delight, and Liz pulled her shoulder blades together as much as she could in her bound state, trying to will more of herself into his strange touch. In her elevated position, he only needed to crouch a bit to bring his parted green lips to her waiting breast, gently pulling her at her firm nipple with the sharp ridges of his teeth. All the while, his hand relished her body, squeezing and exploring with the extensive handling of a Michelin star chef hunting for the ripest peach in the barrel. If she hadn't been wet before, her panties were most certainly now soaked. She had such a deep throbbing between her legs that she was ready to get her brains railed out by this monster man. In the in the lower foliage, she noticed a growing mound beneath the leaves, and she wondered how soon it would be until that mound was firmly planted inside her. Her breath caught in her throat. Liz loved feeling treasured like this. He was taking his time, and while he was gentle, there was such a restrained longing behind his touch. In being slow and steady, how difficult was it to resist the urge to give in and simply tear her apart? She couldn't imagine the power of what was bubbling inside of him. He removed himself from the glory of her breasts and reached for the harvesting blade. He crouched down to her bare feet, which had been bound together in her ankles by dried corn husks that had been fashioned into sturdy ropes. Again, he took the big blade and hooked it behind the restraint, quickly pulling forward and ripping it in half. It felt strange for Liz's ankles to be free again. She wiggled her legs a bit to get the blood flowing. The corn man reached up with one of his hulking hands and wrapped his fingers around her ankle. He held her leg out and in place, slowly moving his hand to the upper inside of her calf. The tips of his verdant fingers dipped into the sweaty ditch behind her knees before climbing ever forward. It's your turn, Will.
I will say I do love that this author seems to vary quite a bit between a long description and then just, man, she wanted to be railed so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, super long description about how the dude is getting aroused in this situation, and then just like smash cut to, can't wait to get corncob dick down.
The broad tapestry, the many ways that a person can be. Do you want a soft man or a hard man? A gruff man or a polite man? A strong man or a gentle man?
I'll have a corn man,
People
please.
want a corn man. Dear Lord, what line are we on?
Now he rose.
Now he rose. And it gets so wordy.
It is
Unnecessarily
very,
wordy.
yeah, it is very wordy.
Mhm.
The author
It's no
relishes
Clippy.
her
Like
word
Clippy was
count.
like straight to the
Yeah,
point.
Clippy was straight to the point.
Yeah.
Clippy got a hard red
And-
dick. He's got a dick down. He's gonna bend his body into a C shape and just go to
I'm
town as
trying
much as he can.
so hard to find Now He Rose.
Now he rose and both of his hands dove
Oh,
into
there
her
it
inner
is.
thigh.
Okay.
There you go.
He grasped and relished. Oh, the soft skin she kept there. Like it was. What was. This doesn't feel sexual. This feels like meat.
Yeah, it does
He-
feel like he's handling meat.
I mean, she's kind of a piece of meat.
She is kind of being treated like a piece of meat at this point. But
Mhm.
still,
I mean, if you're down to be meated, then.
yeah. I think she's down to be mutt.
Down to be mutt. Mutt by the meatman. A meatman story. He traced his fingers up her hip bones and he hooked an index finger under each string of the tiny bandy she had selected for this date night occasion. As if the act was nothing, he flicked his index fingers to the side and the strings broke. No harvest blade necessary.
It
Forgot
feels like
this
he's
was a corn
describing
man.
gutting a fish.
She is a piece of meat.
Yeah, she is a piece of meat. He's describing it like an experienced sailor gutting a fish.
I'm expecting the next one to be like, he slapped her onto a cutting board and plunged his...
Slapped
if
her
the
onto
act
the
was
butchering
nothing.
table with a solid plop.
As if the act was nothing, he flicked his index finger to the side and the strings broke. No harvest blade necessary. He peeled her panties away, like a corn husk, and her pulsing happy place was laid before him. With the same crooked finger he had used to snap her... I feel like that's a different motion. Similar, but very different.
Very different.
With the same crooked finger he had used to snap her strings, he dipped inside her wet nest, causing Liz to shut her eyes and moan softly. Corn. She appreciated this allowance of pleasure, but she wanted so much more. One curl of that. Wasn't it pre-curled?
Yeah, that is true. It did come
He's double
pre-curled.
jointed.
Yeah, he's curling even more.
Yeah, it's double curling.
One further unanticipated curl of that finger was all, all he gave her before bringing that same supple sprouted finger to his mouth. He inhaled deeply, the angled muscles just above his silken bush tightened. Wait, which end of the corn is that
I'm gonna
on?
be honest, I'm tapping out on this.
No.
When it comes around to me, I'm tapping out. Just on pure like, we're reading this and going, okay, like with Clippy, it was very much just like fun. with with the Starbucks, it was fascinating, right? Like it was fascinating to read this fantasy, right? I'm sitting here going, she wouldn't pour coffee on her. She's pouring fucking coffee on her. All right, you do you. Now she's massaging. Okay, she's massaging it with the cup. All right. Like this, I'm just like, and they did. Oh, okay. Okay.
This author is a tryhard, admittedly. They're trying really hard.
They're trying very, very hard
Yeah.
on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's because it's a person. Like maybe it's because it's the fucking god of autumn. I'm just like, well, of course he just has some fun fingering on that one. It's not like Clippy who had to like contort.
It's a say less situation. If you told me, it's like how in Star Trek they're like, all right, what is this? It's a warp drive. What does it work? How does it work? You have a warp core. How does that work? Antimatter. Okay, is it unstable? Yeah, you need guys to run it. Okay, sounds good. Here, like they tell you too much, and it's like, well, hold on. Because I've encountered corn.
Yeah.
It has hair.
Yeah.
But if I were to picture the corn as like a little guy, that's the head. I don't. Am I thinking of corn as the little guy the wrong way?
I kind of agree with Poi. They're not leaning into the corn man of it all.
I mean, we skipped over some of the corn description.
We did skip over a lot of the corn descriptions to get to the sex part, but like we wanted the corn, we wanted the merging of it all, right? Like we wanted the groupings of it all.
She detected a devilish smirk as he simply said, "Exquisite." I'm trying. The other thing is like, okay, if he's a corn man, who is he as a corn man?
Right?
He seems to be like a gentleman, but also a funny little guy, but also like a corn. I don't.
Yeah, like this is just.
He's like a big
sexy,
harvesty guy that's made of. Well, he's like a dude made of corn pieces.
Yeah.
Like husks and that kind of stuff. Like he's not just like a cob of corn. This is not.
Look, the story
this is not
would
like
be
bug snacks or some shit.
If he was a singular cob of corn, the cob of corn that she threw into the mud gained sentience, became the king of autumn, and is now dicking her down.
It sounds like you need to start writing.
I was assuming the corn was an insertable.
This is my arc. This is my villain arc.
Ears and all.
No, they're trying to frame it as like an actual romance, and so it's more of like the guy's more like anatomically correct to a human.
And that's the sad part.
That's the part you don't like.
Yeah, that's the part I don't care about.
I hear you.
Where's the like freak? A werewolf or a vampire or a rock star or a biker is a metaphor. What's a corn guy?
Yeah. Look, if you're dealing a whole bunch with some centaur shit, let's have some fun with this. Even though that was the pumpkin spice author, but still. Also, we have an ad break that we need to do. I've been pushing back the ad break while we're ranting.
This is kicking the shit out of me.
All right. I think I'm gonna executive decision call corn cob cocking to a close.
The only thing I demand is that you yourself write some corn porn
To make up for
uh,
it.
to make up for it. Yeah.
All right. I'll try my best.
Okay.
Porn, if you will.
I'm not a very good writer, but I'll try
You
my
don't have
best.
to be.
Yeah.
You've heard the yeah.
I know, but I have standards. All right.
You don't have to.
All
He
right.
corned cornily down the stairs, anticipating the corning to come.
When we come back from break, we're gonna be finishing off the preliminary bracket of the hotness, and we'll see what we're doing
I
from
can't
there.
wait. I can't wait.
All right. See you soon. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are back from break, and we are finishing off the preliminaries of the Croton's Tournament of Hot.
Yeah. More hotness.
Honestly, this has been fantastic. Both the readings and the tournament, I've been loving it all, and I've been surprisingly not as awkward as I thought I was gonna be.
Yeah.
Not as awkward.
All right. See, when you have moral support, it's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it, buddy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I can read porn.
You can.
Mhm.
Okay.
We'll work our way up to more holes and other corn men.
I mean, if you give me carte blanche, then I'll give you some corn men.
I don't want to give you carte blanche. However, I'd be willing to give you Cart Gray.
Okay. Okay. I can deal with Cart Gray.
Yeah.
There's plenty more with this. I didn't even get into the dinosaur romance stuff. That's my favorite.
You did. You had dinosaur romance in the back pocket, and you weren't bringing that one out.
Buddy, I needed to get some variety here, and
It's
I
like
know
half of the Tingleverse.
No.
it's no. I wasn't actually going to dabble in Tingle. It was Lola Faust. She has a really great series. One of them's called Wet Hot Allosaurus Summer.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
She has Triceratops and Bottoms.
Ooh, that sounds very fun.
Yeah, there's a whole series of them.
Okay, cool. We don't even need
So
to
if you ever
into...
do like a dinosaur theme thing, then let me know.
I could. It's possible.
We could go down to Rock Glen, collect some bivalves, and
Look, all I'm saying is I can easily repurpose the Croton's Tournament of Hot to be for dinosaurs.
You could absolutely do that.
Yeah. And
Dinosaurs are
we
wonderful.
just read some dinosaur stories in between
I
to set the mood of it all.
love it. It's perfect. No
All
notes.
right. So, first up on the round, we have Beverly from Crush Crush, Carolyn from Tavern Talk, Highness Lori from Ratchler, and Eugene from Cassette Beasts. You're going to notice that one of these things is not like the other on this. And spoilers, it's
I
Eugene.
know none.
I'm going on
Okay,
hot vibes.
starting off with Crush Crush, Beverly. Just so you are aware, she is a bear.
Listen, I've played Baldur's Gate every single time at Romance Halcyon. Let's be
Oh
fair.
my god, my very first playthrough was Romancing Halcyon, and the most disappointing thing of the entire thing was I was a druid and couldn't also become a bear.
Oh, that's sad.
Right? I had bear form and everything.
Yeah, that's unbearable.
Is she the one on the left or the right? She is both. So, the one on the left is Beverly when you first meet her. The one on the right is, honest to God, the most. I had to go through every single fucking photo of what Beverly looks like when you've like accomplished the romance kind of thing, when you're all lovey-dovey, because all of them, not gonna lie, all of them involve her having bare skin just barely covering the nips. So I'm like,
you
I
get
need
that,
to
like-
find the most TOS friendly one and go with that.
Do you get the like anime nip slip where it's like, okay, there's no visible nipple, but that's not how a boob works.
Yeah, that's 100% it. And also, yes, just barely. I hate myself.
Her.
Arr.
Okay, so you will always be a snack in comparison to Beverly. Not afraid to be bitten if you aren't. And I suggest you invest in earplugs because literally every single one of her dialogues is in all caps.
Oh God. Oof.
All right. Contrasting
My mornings.
Beverly, we have Carolyn, who is not a werewolf. Not a werewolf.
Go on.
They are distinctly different wolf people race that exist in a world with werewolves.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
No, you
Understood.
should keep explaining this unique concept to Rachel, who is.
Yeah.
No, they're wolves, but like they're cocks. They're.
No,
Yeah, they're wolf cocks, but they're
because
people.
they're in the game of it itself, there is a very distinct separation, and Carolyn is unhappy about it, like unhappy being compared to werewolves.
Yeah, she's wolf folk, not werewolves.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got you.
And she's very much she wants to be like a successful adventurer. She is a successful adventurer. She is a fucking badass warrior.
Yep.
And now we have Highness Lori from Ratchler, massive net worth, very noble, and Rat.
Right. Damn. You gonna put her up against the other guy?
Yeah.
Slim Jim?
Yeah. Putting her up against Slim Jim.
Wow.
Now you're giving a little bit of that like Liv Morgan strut.
You want to be their sugar baby. Yeah, it definitely has the Liv Morgan strut. And finally, rounding it all off is Eugene. from Cassette Piece, who
Mm-hmm.
apparently has abolished capitalism in the future,
Shut up.
hates money, and you can comment his rider.
How do you get a zipper that big? How does
I
that
don't
happen?
I don't know how you get a zipper that big, but he
Ugh,
pulls it off.
I love
That
it.
seems like you would have to like pull it up and have it be like chunk, chunk, chunk. Like it seems
Yeah, that thing smacks you in the face.
there
I like
has
the
to be a
idea of it.
zipper coefficient it's
Mhm.
beyond.
Oh, agreed. It's for style only.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's not practical. Well, this
Okay.
is a tough one.
Yes. So going through, we have Eugene, Linus Laurie, Carolyn, and Beverly.
I feel like, man, it might have to be Beverly.
Okay, we
If,
go.
although writing in caps is terrifying to me, but
Yes. Yes. She does speak in caps.
yeah, that is a tough one. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think Highness has a lot to give to the world.
Highness? You think Highness has a lot to give to the world? Honestly, yeah, yeah, very, very true, very true. Do we
I could
have?
easily be convinced, I think.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. Do we have
Mhm.
chat vote? Do we have a chat vote here? Uh,
Yeah, right. We all want to hear what
you were
everyone
waiting
says.
to hear what we said first. Well, I am a tiebreaker right now, so I'm involving you. So
Oh,
you
sure,
can
But
sure.
we have 2 votes for Highness. Because I'm voting
Oh,
Highness.
you're switching to Highness? Oh, in that
Yeah,
case, it's unanimous then.
yeah,
It's
I
unanimous
think
for
so.
Highness.
Her.
I would probably put my vote
See
for
that
Carolyn, but
girl.
you know,
Watch that scene.
being the dancing queen.
Yes, that is an acceptable one. I'll take it.
Okay, all right, we can go with that. I
Mhm.
like that both the Ratchlers moved through. That
I know.
is
I'm kind of on board with those.
that is really funny to me. Okay, next on. Actually, I need to take that back. Next on the docket, we get Oko-san from Hatful Boyfriend, Francesca from Ace Attorney, the Trapper from Hooked on You, and Blinky from Pac-Man.
Ooh.
Hmm.
I feel like we need a pigeon to go through, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. So here's what we got. We're gonna start off with Oko-san. Here we go, Oko-san.
It's him. It's him. Yeah, 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 yeah,
That's just
yeah,
fuck
yeah,
boy.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I love a himbo. I love a himbo so
Oh,
much.
he is such a himbo.
love
He is
In a
basically the
game,
poster boy for Hatful Boyfriend.
in a
that.
game about dating pigeons, he has the intelligence of a pigeon.
And also is the only character that in their human drawings is still a pigeon.
It's like a nicer looking pigeon too. It's like a
Yeah,
mourning dove.
yeah. And
Mm.
it also, in fairness, I was going to choose someone else who is a
Mm-hmm.
ghost in this, just for the fun dichotomy of having Shu and him in there. But the moment I remembered Oko-san, there was no question. Oko-san's on the list. All right,
Oh, he's a legend.
he's a fucking legend. All right, so we got Oko-san. We get Blinky.
Mm-hmm.
Chases his
Mm-hmm.
ex, full of anger management issues, and hates fruit.
Yeah.
Looks
Yeah.
like someone who'd slap your balls a little. Give
Mm-hmm,
him a little
mm-hmm.
bap bap bap.
And
Yeah,
wouldn't ask first.
yeah.
Hmm.
And then we have the Trapper from Hooked on You. Refuses to let go. Hug Professional and Akbar's Bane.
Mm, no. No, I
No.
don't think so. I don't think so. It's not doing it for me.
Yeah, not doing anything for you.
I
That's fair
well,
enough. That's fair enough.
yeah.
Oko-san.
What is okay? Can we
Oko-san.
discuss
But
this
also,
person's physique for a second
last
though?
person was Francesca. Okay. Oh, you want to talk about
Yeah,
his
what's
physique?
What
I love that his abs merge into his crotch bulge.
Is that? I mean, is that what's going on?
I
Because that
I have
to
a
me
feeling either that or he
does
has a
not.
veiny one.
It does not look safe for work, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he
Like
I
doesn't
think
have.
that
he's
is
experiencing an acute hemorrhage.
of his junk.
No, of like, I don't think his ribs are supposed to be that out.
That's very fair. I don't think his abs, his ribs, I think everything about him is just bulging right now.
Oh, he's bulging, all right.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But there's
I've
some
got
things
like
that should
I don't.
overbulge that are underbulging right around that midsection.
I mean, it's very bulgy,
Yeah. And finally,
and that's fine. It's just a curious design choice.
finally we have Francesca,
Okay, yeah, it's fair.
who is 100% okay with whipping you and will
Yeah, of
do it
course.
without your
Mhm.
consent.
Yeah. Those are the vibes.
I'm a
He is a
consent
himbo
fella. I
apparently and
like
hooked on
the.
you. Okay, so we do have double himbo energy.
Oh, we've got 2 himbos.
Yeah.
Damn.
I know my boy. I know Okusan. I know who
Yeah.
I'm staying with.
Yeah, listen, I'm totally sold on him too.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Then we have unanimity with
Yes.
Oko-san.
Unanimity.
Anonymity.
I do words good.
I talk as a hobby.
I do too, believe me.
Words are hard. You can edit your words.
That's true. I edit my words a lot. It's
Yeah.
wonderful. I'm
All
so
right.
pleased I can do that.
Okay, so on the next docket, we have March from Fields of Mystria, Canderous from Knights of the Old Republic, Saffron from Potionomics, and Morinth from Mass Effect.
Oh, interesting choice.
Yes, I
Very
specifically chose
interesting.
Morinth.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
You know the choice that I have
I
made.
do.
All right,
Yeah.
starting off, we have March.
Huh.
Very susceptible to teasing. Will make you jewelry, but kind of just prefers that you go away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's the like love to hate you kind of guy.
Yeah, very much a love to hate you kind of guy. We have Canderous.
Good pick.
Solid
choice.
lad.
Absolutely. No notes.
Yeah, once again, not really your character in Fields of Mystria. That's fair because I know that you're horny for Juniper. Like everybody else is horny for Juniper. That's why she didn't make the list. I
That's
wanted
fair.
it to be fun. Not just everyone ogling big titty goth GFs all the time.
You already have one on the list.
Exactly. All right, so Canderous, not romanceful in Knights of the Old Republic 2, and that's a damn shame.
That is a shame.
Basically, the mirror of Rex, but in the Knights of the Old Republic universe.
An
An
You
old
got it.
man who is going to tell
Same
you
person.
old war stories.
Yep.
Nah, I'm old. I'm in charge. You can't call me daddy.
Then
Aw.
it was Saffron? Yes, Saffron from Potionomics. Next, we get a wood deer dryad. She's a great woodworker.
Okay.
She's not really stressed at all. And she already has several rings on her fingers. So,
Ha 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 ha. I see what you're doing.
thank you.
It's funny.
Why can't you romance? I don't know. He's just not really into it. There are only 2 romantic.
I feel like she likes the shit I likes. The look in her eyes? No, yep.
Yeah, she likes the shit you like.
Yeah, I mean
definitely.
she's like a hippie chick. Like that's
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. but like a DTF hippie chick.
Oh yeah. And then last but not least, we get Morinth, who is a killer lay. She has mommy issues, and
Yeah,
she's willing to try anything once.
I'll never not vote for her. Like that. Like I obviously.
Yeah.
That's who it has to be.
Yeah.
Like Jesus Christ.
And
I don't know what
there's
else
a
to say.
specific choice that I made in that I chose Morinth and not her mother, Samara.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you made the right choice.
Yeah. Both would be hilarious on a list.
Yes.
The tide is against me.
You're not. Who are you voting for?
Yeah, Will, who are you feeling?
Who are you
I
picking,
don't know.
buddy?
Who we got?
All right,
Remind me.
we got
Give me
March.
quick.
We got Canderous. We got Morinth.
Yeah, you're voting for
We
Morinth,
got
aren't you?
Saffron.
Oh yeah, yeah, the
Mhm,
hippie chick.
mhm.
I bet you Saffron gives some pretty solid head.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie.
yeah, yeah. Honestly, here for Saffron too. Like,
Wow.
I
Yeah, but more like I
Morin,
just
she is irresistible.
100% irresistible.
Yeah, yeah, she is. She is really irresistible. The longer I look, the more I'm just like,
Look at
okay,
those bedroom eyes. Like,
yeah,
come on.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Look at her fucking posture.
She will do anything she wants to you
Hmm, hmm. This is
and
very true.
not apologize.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is very, very true.
Yeah.
Poi could be convinced for Saffron or March, so I think we're gonna have to
Oof.
give it to Saffron on this one, though.
Wow.
Yeah,
Rip.
purely based on the fact that March only has a maybe vote, and I'm swinging between Saffron and Morin. All right,
That was a challenging one.
that was a very challenging one, very difficult,
Yep.
very, very difficult.
We're all divided.
Yeah, and a horny divided cannot stand. All right,
Oh,
now,
why did
Now
the
there's a
horn,
is
the
there
stand, the yep.
do we have a Dragon Age one left?
I think that we do. And in the final
Yeah.
category, we have Rowan from Boyfriend Dungeon, the Knight
Nice.
from Power Wash Simulator, Jesse from Honey Pop,
Ah,
and
dude.
Tash from Dragon Age Veilguard.
Dude. What are you doing to me? Stop. You put Rowan against Taj? What are we doing here?
I mean, this is just how it goes. What can I say?
Ugh.
Uh, so, looking at them, we get Rowan from Boyfriend
Yeah.
Dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Can do the yard work because he is literally a scythe. You
Literally.
get a free crow, which is instantly amazing.
Yeah.
And modern druid vibes, honestly.
Yeah, and really like Rowan's story arc in that game too, like right in my heart.
Yeah,
So
yeah, we have, and we do have the honey pop one as listed in here as well. It's not just instantly Dragon Age and Boyfriend Dungeon. Well, what are your thoughts on Rowan?
Will
Not
has no
necessarily
comment.
for me, but
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I
Next we
enjoy a
get
nature
Jessie from Honey
respecter.
Pop. She knows how to put on a show. She's kind of a sloppy drunk, and she's covered in a cloud of smoke.
Feel like I also know this person in real life.
Yes. To put it into context, she had a child very, very early, and she did adult video to make ends meet. And now
Mhm.
apparently she's been fired from the adult video industry, but I don't understand how.
How do you do that?
She just
Okay.
needs to go independent on Pornhub, and I think she'd be doing fine.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I feel like everyone knows this person IRL,
Yeah.
just aesthetically.
I mean, she's got the measurements, but I'm
She's
not
got,
sold.
yeah, exactly.
I don't know the story. Maybe with the lore, I'd be more.
Probably not. She's got the big titty, but not the goth GF.
Mm.
Mm.
Um, so who was the third option on that hasn't come up yet? Oh, sorry. It's the Night Power Wash Simulator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Specifically
makes
that you
good
get from
sense.
the Shrek DLC.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Will guard your swamp. Uh,
Yeah.
We'll make sure that your swamp is nice and clean. Orderly,
I
tidy.
feel like I couldn't be myself around him, you know?
Oh, I've got some good Shrek erotica we could read sometime too.
Oh, some Shrerotica.
Shrek erotica. There's actually two of them.
Oh no.
One of them's called "Stay in My Swamp,"
Okay.
and then I can't remember what the second one is called. It's probably just like "Stay in My Swamp 2" or something.
Okay. I feel like we read Shrek erotica at one point, Will. Did we?
Get onto my log. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
And
It was very like erotica-ish for a while. Like,
finally,
people were on board with it.
ignore the dialogue from this one. I was literally like editing this one as we started the stream. But we get Tash from Dragon Age Veilguard.
Mm-hmm.
You can describe Tash probably better than I can. I haven't played Veilguard yet.
Oh my god, Tash is just like big Karlach vibes,
Mhm.
but also like their story arc throughout Veilguard is like they're transitioning into from she her pronouns to they them pronouns, and
Yeah.
like has this big arc like involving her mother and like the Kyun versus like kind of more modern take on stuff, and so there's a lot of like I think overlap with
Yeah,
like real life
I
things that people are going through.
yeah, there's a huge overlap with a lot of things that people are going through. And I distinctly
Yeah.
remember when this game came out, there was a minor bit of controversy revolving around her, or them actually, because, you know, at the start of the story, one thing, it's the
Mhm.
end of the story later, so we go by the later one. So there was a little bit of controversy around them where a bunch of people who don't understand how to communicate properly
Yeah.
got really uppity about the fact that there is one dialogue where after they have come out, your character can misgender a person,
Yeah.
can misgender them.
Mhm.
And they, like, a party member quickly is just like, no, 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 it's this. And they took
Yeah.
that as like you get yelled at, you get screamed at, you get like harassed about
Yeah.
it. And it's like, no, that was actually what is supposed to happen. That is entirely what is supposed to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting because the discourse was like, and I still get people that ask me about this,
Mm-hmm.
um, of like, oh yeah, it's such like they just really push the pronoun stuff and they really push this whole like non-binary story and blah blah blah. I was like, dude, like the game when you play the game solidly, it's like 60 to 80 hour game.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, if you condense all that into like a 2 minute, 3 minute video, it seems like a lot.
Yeah,
But like it's
if
spread
you
over the whole
only
game.
focus on like Tash's
Yes,
in cutscene dialogue,
exactly.
oh my
And
god,
there's
it's
like
almost as if that's her individual story.
gasp, what
Jesus
a
Christ,
concept.
Meryl in Dragon Age 2 only goes on and on about how the elves are oppressed and that blood magic is totally fine. I can't believe Dragon Age would be so pro blood magic.
Why does Anders keep wanting to blow shit up? Doesn't that seem kind of Antifa
Anders.
coded?
Jesus.
Yeah, so like yeah, people are weird. Anyways,
Well, and they wanted a reason to hate that game
yeah,
and
they
they found
wanted a
one.
reason to hate
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
It
It's
had
like
pronouns in the
congrats.
game. They wanted to present evidence that were
Yeah.
bad, and I specifically looked up the video to be like, I'm going to choose for myself. I watched the video and was just
Mhm.
like, I don't
Yeah.
understand. There wasn't a single raised voice in this
And like
entire thing.
realistically too, like just because all that stuff is in the game, it doesn't make it bad. The
Hmm.
game itself was not great, but it had nothing to do with the stories.
Oh yeah, nothing to do with the story. Nothing
Yeah.
to do with it.
The
I
stories were
saw an
fucking great.
opinion piece the other day that was like, could it be possible, just maybe, that releasing broken games is bad for studios?
Oh my god.
I will say that is one of the few games I platinumed in recent history. And it was really easy to platinum. And I don't do that very
Oof.
often, but I was like, I might as well. It's easy to do. So
Mhm.
I played it through
I do get
twice.
a little mad when you're playing a game that you've genuinely been playing for like 3, 4, 5, 600 hours, and it's like, okay, what are these achievements that I'm not getting?
Yeah.
Like
And
Veil
then,
or like Inquisition, I don't think I'll ever come close to getting all those
Oh
achievements.
fuck no. That game
No.
is monolithic.
I love that game though. It's yeah.
I need to get through it. It's on the docket for games I am playing this year.
It's a lot. It's a
Yeah.
big ass game.
I know.
And all the DLC, yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna get through the DLC. I want to at least get through the main game though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyway, we
This-
got Rowan, we got Jesse. To
Yeah.
remind what we're voting for, we got the Knight from Power Wash
Tash.
Simulator, and we got Tash. All right, we got to vote for Tash.
I'm voting for Tash, I think.
Yeah.
Because there's some stuff that goes on in that game too, where they get very like forward with you
Hmm.
and like big Dom energy almost. It's interesting.
Fair enough.
So, Tash.
All right, Poi is abstaining from this one. Will, what do you got?
I feel like I would have to know the game to know the vibe. So I'm gonna say Power Wash Simulator Night.
Power Wash Simulator Night. All right. And just so I don't get absolutely murdered by Rachel, I'm going to say Tash as well.
Aw, thank you.
Because
Thank you
I
for
feel like
complying.
you would go feral if I did not choose Tash. If I chose
That's
Power
alright.
Wash Simulator Night over Tash, I feel like you would.
I mean,
find
that just
out where
seems
I
like an
live.
unfair.
Yeah,
like,
That's alright. You sleep well at night. I'll
Yeah.
board the doors.
yeah.
It's fine.
We will put in the Night from Power Wash Simulator into the rejected hotties, though.
okay. I can appreciate that at least.
Yeah.
You know, a nice round two of them, you know.
Yeah, exactly. With backstory added, Tash is very nice, but without having played the game, it's rough times. All right, we'll get Tash.
I will
in there.
say, because Tash is also a warrior class in that game. The warrior class in the game is pimpin'. It's
Oh
so
yes,
fucking good.
I have seen it.
Oh,
Drop kicks everywhere.
my first playthrough. That shield, fucking shield throw. One of my favorite mechanics.
Throw it goes.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have our semifinals.
There it is.
We have Xavier.
You can stand on that shit.
Yeah, Xavier, Hugo, Asterion, and Ben. Slim Jim, Miles, Mint, and Aiko. This honestly, it became a battle of the sexes towards the end here.
Yep.
We have like no women, 2 women. We have 3 women and 3 women. Oko-san being definitely just kind of agender, does not consider gender a thing unless it's a type of pudding. But yeah, this is
Very interesting.
this
Very
is a
interesting to see them all
very
together.
interesting categories. I'm intrigued to see what the finals are going to be like, or the semifinals. And I guess we'll be doing that one tomorrow because it's getting a little bit late, and I'm assuming people are getting sleepy and crunchy because I'm getting sleepy and crunchy.
Yeah. It's past my bedtime.
Yeah, but this was absolutely amazing, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Super happy to have you, and we'd be
Yeah.
happy to have you on anytime in the future.
I always come with spicy books, so yeah,
Oh,
anytime you want.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hope you're here next time with your quivering orbs ready to watch.
All right. So yeah. Thank you everyone for watching. And yeah, this was so much fun. We need to do this again at some point.
Yeah.
Thank you everyone for watching, and we'll see y'all next time. Bye.
Bye, friends.